Chapter 14:16. I will save you. Zhao Feng calmly said, his expression unperturbed by the two half-step godlords. At the same time, a deep and powerful energy began to exude from his body. At this moment, Zhao Feng stared straight at the two half-step godlords, his face indifferent and fearless, his body seeming even more imposing. Peak rank 9. Ancient god Origin Jade was confused at first, but then she was alarmed. She sensed that Zhao Feng's cultivation had actually reached peak rank 9. Oh, so this kid was hiding his cultivation. Ancient god Dark Crow's eyes flashed. Of course. This was not what he was surprised about. After all, peak rank 9 was nothing in his eyes. He was surprised that not even half-step god lords like them had been able to see through Zhao Feng's ability to hide his cultivation. This kid can't be left alive. Ancient god Ice Flame's eyes chilled. At this moment, she looked at Zhao Feng with a tinge of fear in her heart, and she wanted to immediately make this person disappear. You've been deceiving me this entire time. Ancient god Origin Jade was rather angry. The person she had been taking care of all this time actually had a peak rank 9 cultivation. With Zhao Feng's peak rank 9 cultivation, he wouldn't be in any danger on the battlefield against anyone below the half-step godlord level, and he wouldn't need her help. But she didn't know any of this. She had been helping Zhao Feng for 10-some years. Although she was furious at this moment, Zhao Feng had braved the danger of two half-step god lords to save her. This made ancient god Origin Jade's heart flutter, and she felt a surge of warmth. Suddenly, she sensed ancient god Ice Flame's icy killing intent and immediately said, Even if you're a peak rank 9, you can't save me. Hurry and run. You want to leave now? Too late. Gray-white flames surged out of ancient god Ice Flame's icy body, covering the surrounding area in a layer of frost. At this moment, she was willing to put aside ancient god Origin Jade in order to kill Zhao Feng first. Kiki, conceited brat, obediently accept your death. Ancient god Dark Crow waved his hand, sending out a dark green mist that took the shape of a skull toward Zhao Feng. On the other side, ancient god Ice Flame unleashed a fist of ice flame, the icy flames on this fist seeming capable of freezing and shattering all. Hurry up and go, ancient god Origin Jade immediately said. If it was just a half-step god lord, Zhao Feng might have been able to save her. But against two half-step god lords, Zhao Feng's peak rank 9 cultivation was powerless to reverse the situation. Moreover, ancient god Dark Crow possessed extraordinary strength and was skilled in poison. If he worked with ancient god Ice Flame, he would be even stronger. The attacks of the two half-step god lords were about to engulf ancient god Origin Jade and Zhao Feng. Suddenly, Zhao Feng embraced ancient god Origin Jade, his powerful arms pressing against her soft and slender waist. What are you doing? Ancient god Origin Jade blushed as she called out. However, she was already injured and poisoned. Naturally, she couldn't break free from Zhao Feng's strong arms. Chaos Heaven Void Ring. Chaos Origin Divine Power rippled around Zhao Feng's body, slowly forming a dark silver halo that protected him and ancient god Origin Jade. Boom! Swish! The skull-shaped, venomous creature collided with Qin Wentian, and a boundless venom spread out in all directions. In a flash, all life in the area was extinguished, and even the rocks began to rot. But within the Chaos Heaven Void Ring, Zhao Feng and ancient god Origin Jade were safe and sound. Moreover, the Chaos Heaven Void Ring was rapidly absorbing the poison energy to strengthen itself. In the next instant, the ice flame fist descended upon him. Boom! An extremely cold flame exploded on the Chaos Heaven Void Ring, and countless icy flames began to invade it. In contrast to ancient god Dark Crow, ancient god Ice Flame's attacks were far more explosive and instantly lethal. If not for the fact that the Chaos Heaven Void Ring had absorbed ancient God Dark Crow's energy, it would have found it very difficult to block ancient God Ice Flame's attack. He blocked it. How could this be? Ancient God Ice Flame and ancient God Dark Crow were both flabbergasted. For a peak rank 9 to be able to block the attacks of two half-step God Lords was simply too shocking. Within the Chaos Heaven Void Ring, ancient God Origin Jade also watched in shock. At this moment, she was sticking close to Zhao Feng. After all, the attacks of the two half-step God Lords had just arrived, and in the face of death, ancient God Origin Jade had subconsciously stuck close to Zhao Feng. When she realized this, the blush on her icy face deepened, and she hurriedly put some distance between them. "We can't be careless. Just kill him." Ancient God Ice Flame's face was as cold as ice. Their casual attacks just now were believed to be enough to kill Zhao Feng, but they ended up with a huge surprise. Not good. They're getting serious this time. Ancient God Origin Jade was rather worried, but when she looked at Zhao Feng, she realized that Zhao Feng's expression had not changed in the slightest. It was like these two half-step God Lords were nothing in his eyes. Two half-step God Lords aren't easy to deal with. Zhao Feng's mind rapidly turned as he tried to think of a countermeasure. He had killed a half-step God Lord of Ancient Soul Hall when he was only rank 9. But at that time his opponents were already injured, and the Light Race Divine Kingdom was also suppressing them. Ancient God Jailsia's group didn't even have 60% of their peak strength. But now, Zhao Feng was not just facing half-step God Lords at their peak, but two of them. More importantly, ancient God Origin Jade was poisoned and needed to be treated as quickly as possible. "I'll have you fight." Zhao Feng faintly smiled. Spatial energy rippled around his body, and a dark silver robe appeared, glimmering with a dazzling silver radiance. At the same time, two figures charged out of the space-time robe. Boom! A heaven-shaking calamitous energy immediately began to spread. The enemies approaching Zhao Feng and ancient God Origin Jade were instantly stunned, their bloodlines trembling as they stopped in the air. What sort of bloodline is this? Ancient God Ice Flame's body trembled. A wicked and black-scaled man emerged from the crimson, draconic flames. On the other side, a handsome and mysterious youth appeared in an illusory dimension. This was none other than the clone that Zhao Feng had formed not long ago, Zhao Kong. Destruction Dragon Race, Eye of Space-Time. Ancient God Dark, Crow's expression darkened. Fortunately, the black-scaled man and the mysterious youth weren't even at peak rank 9. He still has helpers. Ancient God Origin Jade rejoiced. The two helpers Zhao Feng had just called out didn't have very high cultivations, but they had extraordinary backgrounds, making their side even stronger. Haha, I'll let you experience the fury of the Destruction Dragon Race. The Black Destruction Dragon savagely laughed in excitement. The blood of the Destruction Dragon Race flowed through its veins, and the Black Destruction Dragon was a warlike individual. The Black Destruction Dragon had been bored out of its mind from staying in the space-time robe for so long. Now that it had a chance to fight, it ignored everything else and madly charged at ancient God Ice Flame. Swish! In a flash of black flame, the Black Destruction Dragon shot toward ancient God Ice Flame. Meanwhile, Zhao Kong and the Black Destruction Dragon charged at ancient God Ice Flame. "Let's deal with this person." Zhao Feng called out. Ancient God Origin Jade understood his meaning, and a green crystal sword appeared in her hand. She slashed out with a sharp and powerful edge at ancient God Dark Crow. Chaos Origin Divine Sword. Chaos Origin Divine power rippled in Zhao Feng's hand, instantly forming a broad silver sword. Swoosh, swoosh. Two powerful sword slashes shot toward ancient God Dark Crow with lightning-fast speed. Whoosh! With a wave of his robe, ancient God Dark Crow unleashed a pitch-black poisonous mist. The moment Zhao Feng and ancient god Origin Jade's attacks entered the poisonous mist, they immediately began to weaken. This ancient god Origin Jade's green crystal sword slash became extremely dim, and when it struck ancient god Dark Crow, it was easily shattered. Kiki, my black decay poison can corrode divine power! Ancient god Dark Crow wickedly chuckled. At this moment, Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin Divine Sword Slash arrived, but its power had not been weakened at all. Boom! Bang! In his carelessness, the Chaos Origin Divine Sword Slash struck ancient god Dark Crow's body, leaving behind a ghastly wound from which blood slowly flowed. Damn! This kid's divine power has a devouring attribute. It's counteracting the black decay poison. Ancient god Dark Crow's expression darkened. He suddenly realized that he was being countered by Zhao Feng. He was skilled in using poison, and the majority of his attacks were long-lasting attacks. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin Divine Power could continuously absorb energy from his surroundings. In comparison, Ancient God Ice Flame's explosive power was more effective against Zhao Feng. Ancient God Dark Crow sent out his divine sense in shock. Although the Black Destruction Dragon and Zhao Kong weren't even peak rank 9, when the two of them worked together, they had the upper hand. The Black Destruction Dragon had the bloodline of the Destruction Dragon race and had a suppressive effect on Ancient God Ice Flame's bloodline. This, coupled with its powerful fighting power and Destruction Dragon body, made it extremely savage and vicious. Zhao Kong's Eye of Space-Time was close to the Quasi-God Eye level and was extremely powerful. It was responsible for restraining and hindering Ancient God Ice Flame. Oh no! Ancient God Dark Crow suddenly sensed danger. Swish! Zhao Feng suddenly appeared behind him and slashed with his Chaos Origin Divine Sword. Before the sword even arrived, a powerful space-time energy descended on Ancient God Dark Crow's body, slowing his reaction time and making it impossible for him to dodge. Damn! Ancient God Dark Crow clenched his teeth and took out a dazzling pearl. Boom! Bang! The dark green pearl exploded, unleashing a 5-colored mist that engulfed Ancient God Dark Crow and Zhao Feng. Chaos Heaven Void Ring. Zhao Feng used a defensive skill to block this explosive poison. At the same time, he slashed at Ancient God Dark Crow. The 5-colored mist gathered around Ancient God Dark Crow, forming a poisonous barrier. Boom! Bang! Ancient God Dark Crow was pushed back severally by Zhao Feng's attack, but because of his defensive measures, he was not badly injured. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. Zhao Feng's left eye began to turn, condensing a twisted tribulation lightning flame. Kakaraka. Ancient God Dark Crow's body had just stopped when a tribulation lightning flame exploded on his soul. Ah! Ancient God Dark Crow clutched his head and howled. Let's go! Zhao Feng once more embraced Ancient God Origin Jade and called back the Black Destruction Dragon and Zhao Kong before swiftly departing. Don't even think about it. Ancient God Ice Flame's eyes flashed with cold light. Originally, Ancient God Origin Jade's death was assured, but Zhao Feng's appearance had ruined their meticulous plans and changed everything. Space-time barrier. Zhao Feng activated the space-time robe, unleashing layers of indistinct energy that blocked Ancient God Ice Flame's path. Unless one could pass through the space-time barrier, Ancient God Ice Flame could not use instant movement or other techniques. But when Ancient God Ice Flame charged into the space-time barrier, a powerful space-time intent restrained her. On the other side, Ancient God Dark Crow was covered in wounds and in a sorry state. Damn! When Ancient God Ice Flame charged out and saw that Zhao Feng was nowhere to be seen, she couldn't help but clench her teeth. Space-time robe, space-time intent. This kid is too fast. We can't catch up. For a moment, the two of them were frozen on the spot, their faces gloomy and unsightly. A trifling rank 9 rookie had managed to rescue ancient god Origin Jade from right under the eyes of 2 half-step godlords. The 2 of them had no face left. Chapter 14:17. A layer of spatial ripples appeared in the sky. Swish! Zhao Feng brought ancient god Origin Jade out of the void. We're safe now. Zhao Feng stopped and moved his arm away from ancient god Origin Jade's soft waist. Many thanks. Although ancient god Origin Jade was extremely weak, her face was still suffused with an alluring blush. Let me first help you suppress the poison in your body, Zhao Feng said. If not for the fact that ancient god Origin Jade was poisoned and could not fight for long periods of time, Zhao Feng would not have been in such a rush to escape. It wasn't too difficult for him to kill a half-step godlord. Although 2 half-step godlords were rather troublesome to deal with, if he used all his trump cards, he was very confident that he could kill them. But at this moment, the clouds in the distant horizon shifted. Boom! A heaven-shaking pressure suddenly descended. A white gust of wind suddenly blew through the world, completely suppressing all other energies. Suddenly, an elder wearing a platinum robe, his entire body shrouded in crystalline white light, appeared in the wind. At this moment, this elder seemed to be the representative of the world, his every movement exuding the pressure of the entire world. God, Lord! Zhao Feng stared in shock at the elder. Second elder. Ancient god Origin Jade had a respectful expression. Why are the 2 of you here? The second elder stared at ancient god Origin Jade and Zhao Feng. Reporting to elder, I was schemed against by the blazing gold race and was in danger, but Zhao Feng came alone to save me. The 2 of us worked together to escape the danger. Ancient god Origin Jade succinctly said. Oh. The second elder's gaze immediately fell on Zhao Feng. He spent most of his time in seclusion, so he didn't know much about Zhao Feng's affairs. He had only heard a few rumors. The space-time robe on Zhao Feng's body had attracted his attention, and he was also rather shocked by Zhao Feng's age and cultivation. In the end, his gaze fell on Zhao Feng's left eye, and a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. Not bad. You far surpassed my expectations. In the end, the second elder only said this sentence. But to be personally praised by a godlord was still an honor for anyone below half-step godlord. Thank you for your praise, elder. Zhao Feng said politely. Although you are out of danger, since I'm here, I won't go back so easily. The second elder looked into the distance. Yes. Ancient god Origin Jade immediately nodded. She was incomparably shocked. Was the second elder going to interfere in the war? Go. The second elder waved his sleeve, and an invisible energy pulled Zhao Feng and ancient god Origin Jade to his side. Poison. The second elder once more turned to ancient god Origin Jade. At the same time, a mysterious and unfathomable law energy engulfed ancient god Origin Jade. At this moment, ancient god Origin Jade felt like she had become immortal, unable to circulate any energy. Zhao Feng's left eye turned to ancient god Origin Jade. Although ancient god Origin Jade was being suppressed by the laws, the poison in her body was being suppressed even more. The poison around ancient god Origin Jade's body was completely vanquished by the law energy of a half-step godlord. A moment later, all the suppression on ancient god Origin Jade's body vanished, and she discovered that the poison in her body had also been expelled. Many thanks, elder. Ancient god Origin Jade gratefully said. The second elder said nothing as he took ancient god Origin Jade and Zhao Feng with him and used spatial shift. The battlefield between the 2 races was in complete chaos, with no daylight visible. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 figures with powerful auras flew toward the battlefield. Ancient god Ice Flame, ancient god Dark Crow. The spiritual race's third elder half closed his eyes at these two figures, a hint of helplessness on his face. Could it be that ancient god Origin Jade and that kid have already? Next to him, a white-haired old woman had an unbearable expression. The vast majority of the spiritual race members on the battlefield had dejected and despairing looks on their faces. "Heh, you finally returned." Elder Jean sneered, but he did not ask any questions. In his view, with ancient god Ice Flame and ancient god Dark Crow working together, ancient god Origin Jade and Xiaofeng were doomed. Ancient god Ice Flame looked at Elder Jean, finding it rather difficult to speak. Even if she told Elder Jean, he probably wouldn't believe that a rank 9 rookie like Xiaofeng could rescue ancient god Origin Jade from the hands of 2 half-step godlords. But this was already a fact, and they needed to report it to their superiors. But at this moment, retreat! Elder Jean bellowed, interrupting ancient god Ice Flame. Although the Blazing Gold race members didn't know the reason, they had absolute obedience to their commander's orders. In a flash, the entire Blazing Gold race turned and retreated. What's going on? The Blazing Gold race is retreating. The spiritual race's third elder was frozen to the spot. Down below, all the members of the spiritual race were waiting for their elder's order. Although the Blazing Gold race had retreated, the enemy was far stronger than the spiritual race. Pursuing them would just be asking for trouble. But a moment later, the spiritual race's third elder and the white-haired old woman grimaced. Broom! A white wind suddenly blew through the world, causing everything else to lose their luster. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in the sky above the spiritual race. Paying respects to second elder, the third elder and the white-haired old woman respectfully called out. At the same time, all the living beings in the world prostrated themselves before the second elder. Ancient god Origin Jade and Xiaofeng are both fine. The spiritual race experts breathed a sigh of relief. In their view, a god lord must have arrived in time to save the 2 of them. Xiaofeng, in the future, don't do anything stupid. The third elder harshly rebuked. Xiaofeng did not bother to explain. "Wanna run?" The second elder snorted, and then his body vanished. A moment later, he was upon the Blazing Gold race army. "Retreat! Don't worry about anything." Elder Jean bellowed. The longer one stayed against a god lord, the more damage one would suffer. In addition, the spiritual race had attacked first, so this place was very close to the Blazing Gold race's base. As long as they returned to the base, they could use the array to temporarily hold off the attacks of the spiritual race godlords. Broom! The energy of the world surged and gathered on the second elder's body. Now that this old man has come, how could I possibly return without accomplishing anything? The second elder waved his hand, condensing a ball of crystal. This ball of crystal seemed to be liquid, constantly twisting and changing shape. Whoosh! This ball of divine power transformed into a crystalline gale that rumbled toward the Blazing Gold race army. His target is me. No. The short, middle-aged man sensed the massive ripples of energy behind him, and he grimaced as he screamed. A god lord naturally would not kill the unimportant true gods, but the highest-level half-step god lords in the Blazing Gold race army. The middle-aged man immediately activated his Blazing Gold race bloodline, unleashing a scorching golden flame. Boom! Bang! The clash of the 2 caused the world to shake. Many true gods and ancient gods in the vicinity were killed by the shock waves of the battle. "If I want you dead, you'll die." The second elder coldly snorted as he waved his hand again. No. The middle-aged man screamed with all his might. He had already used everything he had to block the first attack of a god lord. Bang! A crystalline gale blew past, and the middle-aged man's body vanished. Run! The power of a god lord is too terrifying. The entire Blazing Gold race army fled in panic. The blazing gold race army quickly returned to the base and activated the arrays. Humph! The second elder immediately retreated. The moment he appeared, the blazing gold race had definitely notified their god lords. Moreover, the enemy still had 3 half-step god lords, and with the arrays of the base, even if they tried to force their way in, the result would not be good. The spiritual race army retreated to the base to rest. The spiritual race had suffered grievous losses in this battle. If not for the fact that the second elder had taken action and killed a half-step god lord and many true gods of the blazing gold race, the spiritual race would have suffered massive losses. Not long after the spiritual race retreated, they received news that the blazing gold race god lords had arrived. But with the second elder standing guard, they had nothing to fear. 3 days later, bad news arrived. Damn! The blazing gold race actually sent another god lord to destroy several of our smaller bases. The third elder bellowed in rage. Not only that god lord of the blazing gold race had laid an ambush on the way back to the spiritual race, killing a small team of spiritual race soldiers, including a half-step god lord. Prepare for an all-out war. The second elder said, his eyes half closed. The third elder's expression changed as he nodded. On the same day, the third elder issued an order to gather all the forces of the spiritual race. In the distance, the blazing gold race army was also gradually strengthening. On the third day, 2 more god lords arrived. They were the spiritual race's grand elder and patriarch. The spiritual race's grand elder was slightly plump and rather amiable. Although he was a god lord, he gave off an amiable aura. As for the spiritual race patriarch, he was shrouded in a faint blue mist, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Bzzz. Zhao Feng couldn't help but use his left eye to peer through the mist. He saw that the spiritual race patriarch was tall and imposing, his expression calm. His entire body was made of translucent blue crystals, and his translucent blue hair flowed like water. I heard that the spiritual race patriarch has reached the second heaven. Zhao Feng muttered. There were 3 heavens of God Lord, and each heaven seemed to be separated by an entire heaven. Brum! At this moment, the distant horizon turned golden red as if it had been set ablaze by boundless flames. 10 enormous warships of golden flame began to rapidly approach. 3 dazzling balls of golden light floated at the top of the warship in the middle. The figure in the center was 30 feet tall, and his body of golden glass was covered in strange and complicated flame patterns. To his left was a hunchbacked elder, while to his right was a beautiful old lady who still retained her charm. Today, we'll settle everything. A ball of flame immediately ignited on the blazing gold race patriarch's body of golden glass. In a flash, the entire world was suffused with boundless flames. These flames were not targeted at the blazing gold race members. On the contrary, they boosted their fighting spirit and strength. We should have settled this long ago. The spiritual race patriarch flatly said, Zhao Feng, this is the final battle. Ancient god Origin Jade's injuries have not completely healed, so stop hiding your strength. The second elder suddenly messaged Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's expression froze. It appeared that ancient god Origin Jade had probably told the second elder everything. Ancient god Origin Jade was still heavily injured, and the blazing gold race had 1 more half-step god lord than the spiritual race. Only Zhao Feng could fill this gap. I will. Zhao Feng nodded. If the spiritual race obtained a complete victory, Zhao Feng would have 1 less major problem to worry about. Thus, in this crucial final battle, Zhao Feng would use his full strength. Chapter 1418. A powerful energy instantly filled every corner of his body, destroying and devouring everything. The array was still in the process of being laid down, so he could not allow Zhao Feng to destroy it. Zhao Feng was alarmed. A moment later, he charged into the blazing gold race army. He immediately activated his powerful physical body, and his body began to glow with golden light as he exuded a powerful physical pressure. This is the power of a second heaven god lord. Zhao Feng's body rapidly flickered through the army. What a powerful bloodline energy! The eye of space-time, the eye of death, and this dreadful ancient bloodline. Could it be the destruction dragon race? The demon-slaughtering celestial fire array is complete. The warships between the two races fired countless energy cannons and beams of divine power. I truly didn't think that he would grow to this level in such a short time. This person is the #1 person on my race's bounty list. Blazing Sun Fist. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. The giant man softly called out. Some of the weaker cultivators didn't even know what was going on before they were slain by Zhao Feng. Master, Li called out to the giant man. Swish. Fight. This kid's strength is on par with a half-step godlord at the very least, but there's still a way. Quite a few people saw that Zhao Feng had arrived and immediately began to flee. On the other side, the Blazing Gold Race members felt the divine power in their bodies being suppressed and unable to circulate as they wished. An elder dressed in hemp robes in the rear of the Blazing Gold Race army whispered. The nearby Blazing Gold Race members were all stunned. The moment the three of them appeared, their powerful auras swept out in all directions. Master, Li called out in alarm. At this moment, if he listened to Master Li's orders, there was a high chance that he could kill Zhao Feng. Kaboom! Hear my order. Begin laying down the array. The giant man only wanted to stop Zhao Feng for a few moments so that he could finish laying down the array. Another person has appeared. Haha, you guys should come out and cause a ruckus as well. Zhao Feng's body flickered as he approached the giant man and Master Li. In a flash, the giant man's divine body and soul were heavily injured, and he vomited blood. Damn bitch, it's you again. Above the formation, there was a giant blade made of golden flames, emitting waves of divine flames. Before it even got close, Zhao Feng already felt a scorching heat. The black destruction dragon immediately charged at ancient god ice flame. With a wave of the chaos origin divine sword, a rank 7 ancient god and several true gods were slain. In the back, ancient god Blue Distance and his son, as well as ancient god Floating Spirit and the other experts that recognized Zhao Feng, were all stunned by this sight. Zhao Feng, who was fighting on the battlefield, sensed that something was wrong. However, there were also some people who stared at Zhao Feng as if they were waiting for an opportunity. The Blazing Gold Race patriarch roared. Several figures emerged from the space-time robe. Not good. A half-step god lord. Of course, this wasn't the time to watch the divine masters fight. Many of the nearby true gods and ancient gods gathered around the giant man and Master Li. In a flash, Zhao Feng had cut a massive hole in the giant man's defensive body. Zhao Feng looked at ancient god Ice Flame and laughed. Zhao Feng's eyes dimmed. The power exuded by this array was enough to move even a half-step god lord. Zhao Feng showed no fear. Gripping the Chaos Origin divine sword, he charged forward and slashed at the blazing ball of flame. Although he found it hard to believe, Zhao Feng's strength was definitely not simple. But suddenly, a miniature long sword pierced through his body. In a flash, the burning sensation the spiritual race members felt lessened, and they sensed that the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi was abundant enough to rapidly replenish their divine power. A flame array controlled by 12 people began to move toward Zhao Feng. The massive warships of the two sides collided. The reward for killing Zhao Feng was something that even a half-step god lord would be tempted by. The world shuddered as the 3 god lords of the two races soared into the sky, flying to a distant battlefield. The giant man endured the pain as he approached the array. The giant man's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. A black-scaled man, shrouded in pitch-black dragon flames, exuded a dreadful aura of calamity. "You don't need to go back." The giant man was a peak rank 9 of the blazing gold race. Moreover, his bloodline was extremely thick and he was extremely talented. There was even a chance that he would become a god lord in the future. The patriarchs of both races were second heaven god lords. Countless figures flew out of the array and began to attack. Masterly, do you have a way? The Chaos Origin Divine sword instantly cut into the giant ball of flame and pulverized it. As long as he could enter the array, he would have a chance to survive. The golden flames in the world began to seethe and explode. Besides strengthening the members of the blazing gold race, they could also suppress their enemies, making them feel like they were in a blazing hell. In the center of the array was the peak rank 9 Masterly. Around the array were 4 rank 8 ancient gods and 7 rank 7 ancient gods. It really is masterly. The giant man rapidly retreated, his target the giant flame blade. In their first clash, he was certain that he was no match for Xiaofeng. If he fought alone, he would probably lose his life. Ancient god Ice Flame's face was frigid, her eyes brimming with killing intent. How could this be? I heard that the array around that base was laid down by this Masterly. Even the spiritual race's second elder didn't act recklessly when he arrived. Whoosh! Bzzz. The spiritual race, patriarch, flatly said. Ancient god Origin Jade, who was clearly doomed, had been rescued by Xiaofeng. This had become a sore point for ancient god Ice Flame. If she did not kill Xiaofeng, she would find it very difficult to advance on her martial path. What's going on with these 3? Are they all experts that Xiaofeng befriended in his travels? Master Li stroked his beard as he relayed his plan to the giant man. Master Li's name resounded through the blazing gold race. Zhao Feng's body flickered away. The giant man added, Retreat. Get into the array core. An ancient god called out in alarm. The giant man swiftly retreated. Swish! Although the reward was tempting, Xiaofeng was too powerful and had a supreme quality, defensive divine artifact like the space-time robe. Killing him would be extremely difficult. Want to leave? When they thought back to how they had targeted Xiaofeng, they felt that their luck was simply too good that they hadn't been killed by Xiaofeng. Who are these 3? The giant man was slightly angered, and his body immediately exploded with powerful bloodline energy. The giant man was about to enter the flame blade. Next to him, a tall and mighty giant asked directly. The path of martial arts was bound to be accompanied by slaughter. Slaughter allowed one to grow and get stronger. Plush! At this moment, he was like a god of slaughter, causing the members of the blazing gold race to madly flee. It was rumored that Xiaofeng had single-handedly rescued ancient god Origin Jade from ancient god Ice Flame and ancient god Dark Crow. At this moment, an enormous fiery pressure descended from the rear. Swish! In a flash, the world went dark as ripples of divine power that made one's heart tremble appeared. I didn't think that this boy would have so many helpers. Heh, it's about time for you all to show off. This array truly is rather unusual. Kill! The golden flesh and bone inside was a ghastly sight, and golden red blood sprayed through the air. Dish! Ancient God Blue Distance was both fearful and helpless. His left eye pulsed with eye intent, and Chaos Origin Divine Power instantly formed a miniature Chaos Origin Divine Sword. You want to use an array against me. Within the warship, there were people responsible for activating the defensive systems and activating the warship's offensive systems. But suddenly, a dark silver long sword pierced through his chest. Oh no! Ancient God Floating Spirit sighed. Although he had long ago predicted that Xiaofeng would become extraordinary in the future, he hadn't expected to witness it so soon. The nearby blazing gold race members were all taken aback. A moment later, a calm and serene ripple of water spread out from his body and into the world. The giant man grimaced as he sensed a powerful danger. Kill. Okay. He's wearing a supreme quality divine artifact, the space-time robe. The linen-robed Master Li waved his hands. In the sky, countless figures were clashing with one another. The blazing gold race members followed Master Li's orders and swiftly took charge of the array. In a chilling flash of gray-white light, a figure of ice and snow rapidly approached Zhao Feng. It was a mysterious and elegant youth, his dark silver eyes rippling with powerful space-time ripples. The eye of space-time, the eye of death, heavens, there's also the destruction dragon race. Zhao Feng appeared behind the giant man and fiercely slashed with the Chaos Origin divine sword. He hadn't expected for him to be instantly killed by Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng died. Ancient god blew distance, and his son trembled. A moment later, the miniature Chaos Origin divine sword exploded out of Zhao Feng's left eye. Swish, swish, swish. Zhao Feng coldly snorted. With a single thought, they could change everything in the world with unimaginable power. Members of the blazing gold race, follow me to kill Zhao Feng. Back then, he had been stopped by the Black Destruction Dragon and Zhao Kong, allowing Zhao Feng and ancient god Origin Jade to escape. At this moment, Master Li's voice came from the rear. It was a black-clothed and callous youth with a gloomy face and shrouded in death energy. His eyes were like abysses of death, frightening to behold. At the same time, Master Li took a few steps forward. He was also a peak rank 9, but even though he was a member of the Blazing Gold race, after seeing Zhao Feng's performance, he wasn't confident at all. Zhao Kong was still helping the Black Destruction Dragon, while Zhao Wang was like a god of death, wantonly slaughtering. Bang! Ever since Zhao Feng saved ancient god Ice Flame, his ranking on the Blazing Gold race's bounty board had skyrocketed to the top 3. In a flash. Plush. Everyone, there's no need to worry. Does Master Li have a plan? So strong. However, they were extremely wary of Zhao Feng's strength, so they temporarily refrained from taking action. Whoosh! Boom! In the distance, the members of the spiritual race were also stunned. Ancient god Ice Flame's eyes widened in shock, her face grimacing. The giant man punched out with both fists, unleashing a scorching ball of fire exuding dazzling golden light at Zhao Feng. Wearing the space-time robe, Zhao Feng had the advantage in speed, allowing him to slaughter with abandon. It's Zhao Feng. This person is a peak rank 9 with abnormal strength. Run. How could this be? Not even a reincarnated god, Lord, would be able to advance as quickly as him. Wearing the space-time robe, Zhao Feng blinked away. Don't even think about it. No. One green array flag after another flew out, forming a strange image. Broom. Swish. Chapter 1419. How could this be? Master Li called out in alarm. The giant man was a peak rank 9 of the Blazing Gold race, and he had an extremely thick bloodline and excellent talent. In the future, he even had a chance of becoming a god lord. The giant man had only wanted to stop Zhao Feng for a few moments so that he could complete the array. He had never expected that he would not return and would be instantly killed by Zhao Feng. The ancient gods within the demon-slaughtering celestial fire array trembled in panic. Zhao Feng was simply too powerful. A peak rank 9 ancient god was powerless to resist and could only be killed. Everyone, don't panic. The demon-slaughtering celestial fire array is complete. We'll definitely be able to kill this boy. Master Li immediately called out. Although the giant man was missing from the array, the power generated by the array was still enough to threaten a half-step god lord. Focus on controlling the array and kill Zhao Feng. The ancient god expert's eyes hardened. Master Li still had a certain amount of prestige in the Blazing Gold race. The arrays he laid down had performed many miraculous feats for the Blazing Gold race. Kaboom! The flaming blade created by the array hung high above Master Li's head, exuding a dangerous and scorching energy. The nearby spiritual race members sensed this powerful energy and couldn't help but retreat. Zhao Feng die. Master Li controlled the array and the flaming blade in the air to slash down. Before the blade even reached him, a terrifying and powerful shockwave of flames was unleashed. At the same time, the blade also exuded a spatial energy that could effectively prevent nearby enemies from using instant movement to escape. Boom! That tyrannical saber slashed down directly, as if there was a long river of flames gushing out. Dish! Before this, Zhao Feng had transformed into a dreamy silver streak of light and dodged the attack. Do you only know how to dodge? Master Li coldly called out. But in reality, Master Li was extremely shocked. Zhao Feng was simply too fast. Even if they controlled the array, they would only be able to fight back against Zhao Feng, not kill him. Every array has a weakness or an opening. Zhao Feng activated his left eye and focused on the demon-slaughtering Heaven Fire array. In an instant, Zhao Feng understood everything that was going on inside the demon-slaughtering Heavenly Fire formation. Found it! Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. In the next moment, he left behind layers of shadows and approached the demon-slaughtering Heavenly Fire array. To dare approach the demon-slaughtering Celestial Fire array, he's truly seeking death. Moreover, not even a half-step God Lord would be able to break the defense of the demon-slaughtering Celestial Fire array. Master Li's face was filled with joy as he started to cast a spell. At the same time, the demon-slaughtering Celestial Fire formation released a huge ring-shaped fire wave. The closer Zhao Feng got, the greater the heat and pressure he felt. Even a half-step Divine Master with a weaker divine body would not dare to come into close contact with the demon-slaughtering Heavenly Fire formation. Chaotic Heaven Void Ring. Zhao Feng immediately activated his defensive combat skill, forming a dark silver halo around his body. Immediately, the Chaotic Heaven Void Ring blocked the scorching heat wave, and it continued to absorb its energy. The breakthrough point is here. As Zhao Feng approached the array, he slashed with the Chaos Origin Divine Sword. Boom! Bang! Zhao Feng's attack instantly left a small gap in the enormous flame array. However, the array had a self-healing ability, so the gap was quickly mended. But the moment this gap appeared, Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin Divine Sword unleashed a Chaos Origin Sword Bolt. No! Within the array, a rank 7 ancient god sensed death and fear on his face. But his cultivation was too low, so he had no chance of surviving a casual attack from Zhao Feng. Swoosh! The Chaos Origin Sword Bolt pierced through the rank 7 ancient god's body and pulverized it. Oh no! Master Li grimaced as he controlled the flame blade to attack Zhao Feng. Dish! Zhao Feng transformed into a streak of gold and silver light that instantly fled to the other side of the array. Damn it! Even if the space ultimacy is restricted, this kid's speed is still too fast. Master Li had a bitter look on his face. Although the demon-slaughtering Celestial Fire array was extremely powerful, its speed was mediocre. And now, with one less person, the array's power was greatly reduced. The rank 7 ancient god is where the array's defenses are weaker. This is the breakthrough point. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. This kid actually saw the breakthrough point of the array. Master Li's face was filled with hatred. Retreat! Master Li made his decision. Zhao Feng had the advantage in speed, and they were unable to harm him in the slightest. And Zhao Feng himself had seen, through the demon-slaughtering Celestial Fire array's weak points. If this continued, the demon-slaughtering Celestial Fire array would collapse sooner or later, and not even he would be able to survive. Boom! Master Li and the others controlled the demon-slaughtering Celestial Fire array to retreat. None of you will be able to leave today. Zhao Feng bellowed as he shot forward. Dish! He approached the blazing gold race members in the demon-slaughtering Celestial Fire array. The people I want to kill must die. Zhao Feng's eyes focused as he once more went to the weak point of the demon-slaughtering celestial fire ray. Chaos origin transformation. The chaos heaven void ring around him suddenly flowed back, transforming into majestic chaos origin divine power that was poured into the chaos origin divine sword in his hand. Bzzz. In a flash, the chaos origin divine sword in his hand became extremely heavy, and the Chaos Origin Giant God sword expanded to several thousand feet in length, unleashing terrifying ripples of chaotic energy that shook the world. For a moment, the powerful ancient gods on the battlefield, including the half-step ancient gods, all sensed this and were flabbergasted. Die. The massive Chaos Origin Divine sword swept through everything in its path. Crack! It cleaved the demon-slaughtering celestial fire ray in two, causing it to crumble and disintegrate. In this process, the massive Chaos Origin Divine sword continued to devour the array's energy, its power undiminished as it swept through the ancient gods within the array. Ah! Screams of despair rang out as nearly 10 ancient gods, including rank 7 and rank 8 ancient gods, were killed by the sword. What terrifying chaotic energy! Run! Master Li's face was filled with fear as he led his heavily injured subordinates out of the explosion of the array. "Want to leave?" Zhao Feng faintly smiled and prepared to attack again. But at this moment, an enormous pressure engulfed Zhao Feng. "Ancient God Dark Crow, save me!" Master Li immediately called for help. Whoosh! A skinny old man in a dark green robe rushed over. "Zhao Feng, you're too impudent!" Ancient God Dark Crow growled. He, Ancient God Dark Crow, was quite famous throughout the ancient desolate realm of gods, but had lost to a rising star like Zhao Feng some time ago. He wanted to kill Zhao Feng just as much as he did Ancient God Ice Flame. "A loser!" Zhao Feng flatly said, ignoring Ancient God Dark Crow. If you and Ancient God Origin Jade hadn't worked together, this old man would never have lost." Ancient God Dark Crow's face went red in fury as he bellowed. Kaboom! His entire body was shrouded in mists of various colors as he flew toward Zhao Feng. At this moment, Ancient God Dark Crow was like a cancer, his entire body covered in poison. Even a half-step god lord would lose a layer of skin if they were infected. "Ancient God Dark Crow, I spared your life last time, but since you've delivered yourself to me, I won't be polite." Zhao Feng's eyes chilled as he fearlessly charged at Ancient God Dark Crow with the Chaos Heaven Void Ring. "What a joke! Spare my life!" Ancient God Dark Crow immediately began to laugh. Although he wasn't confident that he could kill Zhao Feng also wasn't confident that he could kill him. Frigid ice mist. With a wave of Ancient God Dark Crow's hand, Ancient God Dark Crow unleashed a gray-white poisonous mist. The grayish-white, icy poisonous mist instantly formed an isolated, icy poison domain. All the divine power and vitality within the domain were corroded by the icy poison. Zhao Feng was just about to approach when he realized that even his Chaos Heaven Void Ring was being affected, its power gradually weakening. At the same time, when he tried to send his divine sense into the mist, it would also be corroded by the ice. "Haha, this is a secret art that I created using a new poison I developed to deal with you." Ancient God Dark Crow loudly laughed from within the frigid ice mist. After losing to Zhao Feng last time, he had made ample preparations. This frigid ice mist had the effect of isolating divine sense. If Zhao Feng didn't charge in, he would find it very difficult to injure Ancient God Dark Crow. But once he did, he would be assailed by the frigid ice mist, causing his speed and divine power to slow down. Suddenly, a dark green beam of light shot out of the mist. Zhao Feng's reaction was sharp and he quickly dodged. He had to admit that Ancient God Dark Crow truly was very talented in the poison Dao. This frigid ice mist was rather effective at countering Zhao Feng's abilities. Even the chaotic heaven void ring would be affected, and its power would weaken. But if his divine sense couldn't enter, would Zhao Feng be unable to determine ancient god Dark Crow's position? Bzzz. A dreamy mist spun out of his left eye as the see-through ability of Zhao Feng's left eye was instantly boosted. Within the frigid ice mist, ancient god Dark Crow's body trembled. He suddenly sensed that Zhao Feng was staring at him. Swish! Suddenly, the mist in Zhao Feng's left eye flashed as a miniature Chaos Origin Divine sword shot out. No! Ancient god Dark Crow was dumbfounded. Zhao Feng had actually been able to lock onto his position. Swoosh! Unable to dodge, ancient god Dark Crow was pierced through by the miniature Chaos Origin Divine sword, causing him to vomit blood. At this moment, an extremely broad Chaos Origin Divine sword slashed down from the sky. No! Ancient god Dark Crow hastily dodged, but he was still a little too late. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin Divine sword slashed at ancient god Dark Crow's right shoulder, and then it severed ancient god Dark Crow's right arm. Ah! Ancient god Dark Crow screamed as he endured the intense pain and swiftly retreated. You think you can escape? Zhao Feng sneered as he condensed a Chaos Origin Divine sword in his other hand. Swish! Swish! 2 Chaos Origin Divine swords, 100 feet long, crisscrossed and slashed at ancient god Dark Crow. Boom! Bang! Ancient god Dark Crow immediately threw out a 5-colored pearl and detonated it. Various powerful poisons instantly exploded to block Zhao Feng's attack. How could this be? He's even stronger than before. Did he not use his full strength last time? Ancient god Dark Crow's body trembled, his mind filled with fear. Kaboom! The 2 massive Chaos Origin Divine swords pierced through the poisonous mist and slashed down. Although they were somewhat weakened, they were still not something ancient god Dark Crow could block. Bang! 2 gruesome wounds appeared on ancient god Dark Crow's back, exposing his flesh and bones. Swish! The Chaos Origin Divine sword in Zhao Feng's left hand suddenly vanished, replaced by a crystal mirror made of lightning. 9 lightning soul refinement. 9 thick lightning dragons were released from the 9 lightning soul refining mirror. The 9 lightning dragons soared into the sky and then began to descend. Boom! Hiss! The 9 lightning dragons bombarded ancient god Dark Crow's body, their boundless lightning energy madly torturing ancient god Dark Crow to a state worse than death. All this lightning energy transformed into lightning chains that bound ancient god Dark Crow's soul. Chapter 1420. Thwish, thwish, thwish. The 9 lightning dragons transformed into dazzling lightning chains that bound ancient god Dark Crow's soul and bombarded it with lightning and thunder. No, no! Ancient god Dark Crow's soul was half dragged out of his body by the lightning chains. He had heard of the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror before. Although it wasn't very strong offensively, its binding power was top class. Once it fell into the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror, it would be refined by endless lightning and ultimately turned into a lightning soul crystal. Get in! A powerful soul intent appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye, accompanied by the energy of tribulation lightning. Boom! Ancient god Dark Crow's soul was struck by a wave of dizziness. Ancient god Dark Crow's resistance instantly plummeted. Swish! The 9 lightning soul-refining mirror used this chance to unleash lightning runes on the lightning chains. Ah! Amidst the explosions, ancient god Dark Crow's soul was dragged into the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. The screams came to a sudden halt. Ancient god Dark Crow has fallen! In the distance, Master Li and the others who saw this scene were so scared that they trembled. Too frightening. Even a half-step god lord was no match for Zhao Feng. With ancient god Dark Crow's death, many of the nearby Blazing Gold Race members retreated in fear, leaving Zhao Feng in complete disarray. The spiritual race members were pleasantly surprised. As expected of Zhao Feng, he broke through to rank 6 of the heavenly divine realm and reached peak rank 9 in such a short amount of time. Moreover, he's even stronger than a half-step god lord. Most of the spiritual race members were stunned. A few of the young and beautiful girls had adoring looks in their eyes. At the same time, several 100,000 li away, on the god lord battlefield, a deafening boom could be heard. Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh! An icy stream of water and a strange golden flame intertwined, causing space to distort and tremble. In the center of this destructive storm, a middle-aged spiritual race man in blue crystal glanced down and muttered, "This young man isn't bad!" In this battlefield of 3 god lords, the 2 races were roughly equal in strength. The 2 races had their own advantages. The spiritual race was skilled in protracted battles and had powerful defense and recovery abilities, while the Blazing Gold race was skilled in explosive power. If this continued, the spirit race bloodline seemed to have the advantage. It doesn't affect the overall situation. On the other side, one of the 3 god lords of the Blazing Gold race was a golden elder, and as he glanced at Zhao Feng, he had an indifferent expression on his face. Below the battlefield, compared to the battle between the Divine Masters, the battle between the upper echelons of the 2 clans was even more intense. The most intense battle was between high-level ancient gods and half-step god lords. Golden Flame Wave. Elder Jin's golden blade danced wildly in the air. Golden flames filled the sky and swept towards the spiritual tribe's 3rd elder. Elder Jin was the strongest half-step god lord of the Blazing Gold race, and he had comprehended a sliver of law energy. Coupled with the supreme quality divine artifact in his hand, he could be considered one of the strongest experts on this battlefield. Earth Crystal, Solid Domain. The 3rd elder of the spiritual race surged with his dark yellow crystalline divine power, manipulating the power of the earth. Rumble. Layers of translucent dark yellow crystals began to form around the 3rd elder, instantly forming a thick and sturdy crystal fortress that blocked Elder Jin's near godlord attacks. These 2 represented a battle between the peak half-step god lords of the 2 races. Other rank 8 or rank 9 ancient gods could not even get close. On the nearby battlefield, several half-step god lords and high-level ancient gods were fighting. Ancient god Origin Jade had yet to recover from her heavy injuries, so she could only work with other ancient gods to deal with a half-step god lord of the Blazing Gold race. Originally, the upper echelons of the 2 races were on par with each other, but Zhao Feng's killing of ancient god Dark Crow and tensome ancient gods had a certain effect on the battle. In the upper echelon battlefield, the scales of victory were gradually tipping in the spiritual race's favor. This sight made the spiritual race god Lord smile. Although the spiritual race bloodline was not the strongest in terms of fighting power, they were superior to the Blazing Gold race in terms of endurance and defense. If this continued, the spiritual race would have a major advantage. But at this moment, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. "Come, mobilize the molten gold beast," Elder Jin roared. Brum! As he spoke, the world began to tremble in the rear of the Blazing Gold race's camp, and a scorching and berserk energy surged into the air. A gigantic ancient beast the size of a mountain was charging toward the battlefield. This desolate behemoth was nearly 100,000 feet long. Its eyes were like the blazing sun, and its entire body was covered in blazing golden fur. From a distance, it looked like an erupting mountain of flames. Each step it took shook the heavens and earth. Not good. It's the molten gold beast. This is the Blazing Gold race's molten gold beast? It's rumored that the Blazing Gold race paid an enormous price to raise it into a divine beast. Many of the spiritual race's seniors tensed up. They had long ago heard that the blazing gold race had obtained a mutated ancient beast and used secret envoys to raise it, allowing this molten gold beast to obtain various strange abilities. It was said that the molten gold flame energy in the molten gold beast was extremely compatible with the blazing gold race bloodline and could even be transferred to the blazing gold race, greatly increasing their fighting power. Quickly kill the molten gold beast, the third elder ordered, transmitting his order to the entire battlefield. The molten gold beast could not be allowed to join with the upper echelon members of the blazing gold race, or else the blazing gold race's fighting power would be greatly increased. Dish! 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 In a flash, the powerful ancient gods of the spiritual race, including half-step god lords, began to approach the molten gold beast. The blazing gold race did not hold back either. Several half-step god lords immediately led a few ancient gods to assist the molten gold beast. Send more people. We have to kill the molten gold beast. The spiritual race's third elder worriedly commanded the battlefield below the god lord level. With the molten gold beast at the center, the upper echelon forces of the two races clashed. Roar! The molten gold beast roared, its golden flames fusing with the blazing gold race's bloodline energy, creating a golden hurricane that could incinerate all things. Swish! In the blink of an eye, no less than 10 ancient gods of the spiritual race were slain by the golden flame hurricane. Even the rank 7 ancient gods and true gods on the periphery were affected. Tens of thousands of true gods were killed. We can't let them succeed. Everyone get ready. The third elder roared. Bzzz. With him at the center, the nearby half-step god lords and rank 8 and rank 9 ancient gods activated their spiritual race bloodlines. Celestial Spirit Crystal Wall. In a flash, multicolored bloodline light permeated the surrounding light, forming a crystal wall that covered the entire battlefield. Swish! The terrifying golden hurricane crashed against the crystal wall, but it did not budge. On the god lord battlefield, the 6 god lords slightly raised their eyebrows. Interesting, is this the spiritual race's trump card? As expected of the celestial spirit, crystal wall, it can use bloodline energy to assimilate with the world and turn it into a crystal. Not even a normal god lord would be able to easily break through such a frightening defense. It's said that this celestial spirit crystal wall can even change its form to attack. No one below the god lord level will be able to block it. The 3 god lords of the blazing gold race faintly smiled and replied. The 3 god lords of the spiritual race found this strange. At this moment, although my race plans to raise the molten gold beast into a divine beast, any sacrifice is worth it for the sake of victory in this war. Below, Elder Jean sighed. Sacrifice? Oh no. These words caused the third elder's expression to change greatly. Retreat. In an instant, the third elder's resounding voice reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Too late. Elder Jin's voice was tinged with a lethal chill. Bzzz. Boom. Boom. A forbidden energy suddenly rippled from the mountainous molten gold beast's body. The spiritual race experts near the molten gold beast immediately sensed danger, trembled, and retreated. Roar! With a low and miserable roar, the molten gold beast's body began to swell, and the blazing golden fur on its body began to glow even brighter. A moment later, countless tiny cracks appeared on the molten gold beast's golden body, as boundless and berserk energy surged out. Brum! Like a sun exploding, a destructive wave of golden light swept over the battlefield, turning everything in its path to ash. Even the celestial spirit crystal wall was bombarded with countless cracks. The spiritual race ancient gods closer to the molten gold beast were instantly obliterated. At this moment, the spiritual race lost 10 rank 9 ancient gods. Even the 2 nearby spiritual race half-step divine lords were slain on the spot. The blazing gold race, however, had already planned this. Before the molten gold beast self-detonated, the nearby blazing gold race experts had already used a secret art to retreat. Moreover, the molten gold beast's golden flame divine power could be absorbed by the blazing gold race bloodline, so this explosion did little damage to the blazing gold race. The blazing gold race, to think that they would use this move. Zhao Feng paled, a silver ripple appearing on his space-time robe. Even from far away, he could still feel the powerful shock waves. Sacrificing a half-step god, Lord Ancient Beast, was a little too ruthless, no? After a long while, whoosh! The dazzling golden light began to fade. What entered the field of vision? The spiritual race had suffered grievous losses. Wah! The spiritual race's third elder froze to the spot, vomiting blood. The molten gold beast self-detonation had cost the spiritual race 2 half-step god lords and 10 some rank 9 ancient gods. In addition, several half-step god lords had been heavily injured, and a few ancient gods had even temporarily lost the ability to fight. In the sky, what? The spiritual race patriarch's body trembled. Haha, before the battle, we did something to the molten gold beast. Its self-detonation was far more powerful than a first heaven god lord's. TSK, if not for the celestial spirit crystal wall, we wouldn't have just lost 2 half-step god lords. The blazing gold race god lords couldn't help but laugh. The 3 spiritual race god lords had extremely nasty grimaces. No one had expected the blazing gold race to use this race guardian beast as a sacrifice to self-detonate. Ha ha ha, kill them all. Elder Jean reared his head back and laughed, his face turning savage. Swish, 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 swish. Under Elder Jin's command, countless figures of the blazing gold race charged at the heavily injured spiritual race. Kill. Our blazing gold race will win this battle. There's no doubt about it. Ha ha, spiritual race brats, obediently accept your deaths. 2 enormous waves of dust collided together. The spiritual race immediately found themselves in a situation where they were on the receiving end of a beating. They were on the losing end. Ancient god Cloud Jade was one of them. Girl, are you the #1 prodigy of the previous generation of the spiritual race? Let me play with you a little. A middle-aged man with a black horn on his head and pitch-black armor began to advance on ancient god Origin Jade. Half-step god lord. Ancient god Origin Jade had a bitter expression. She was already injured, and the molten gold beast's explosion had only worsened her injuries. Even if this Blackhorn man was just an ordinary half-step god lord from another peak 4-star faction, she still wouldn't be able to contend against him. On the other end of the battlefield, it seems like I can no longer hold back. As Zhao Feng gazed at the gruesome scenes on the battlefield, his face chilled, and his silver hair danced in the wind, gleaming with dreamy light. Chapter 14:21. The self-detonation of the molten gold beast had a destructive impact on the massive battlefield. The spiritual race had suffered grievous casualties, with 2 half-step god lords and 10 some rank 9 ancient gods dead. The remaining spiritual race experts were all heavily injured. The situation was dire. How could this be? Ancient god Origin Jade was confused. Whoosh! Suddenly, a pitch-black figure appeared near her. You're the #1 genius of the spiritual race's previous generation? Let me play with you. A middle-aged man with a black horn on his head and pitch-black armor brazenly roamed over ancient god Origin Jade's body. The shockwave from the explosion just now had damaged many parts of ancient god Origin Jade's clothes, exposing her alluring ice crystal skin. Half-step god lord. Ancient god Origin Jade had a bitter expression. She was already injured, and the explosion of the molten gold beast only worsened her injuries. Although this Blackhorn man was only a half-step god lord of a peak 4-star faction ruled by the blazing gold race, he could still casually kill her. Haha, relax. I won't kill you directly. I'll make you my captive. The Blackhorn man made no attempt to hide his desire. You shameless. Ancient god Origin Jade's face flushed with shame and anger as she bellowed. Haha, the spiritual race's momentum is over. Its defeat is assured. Obediently surrender. If you follow me, you'll still have a chance to live. The Blackhorn man wickedly chuckled as his body began to blaze with black flames. Swish! The Blackhorn man's body flashed, and then he charged at ancient god Origin Jade, accompanied by the pressure of flames. Damn, so strong! Ancient god Origin Jade immediately felt an immense pressure, her body burning with flames. At her peak, she naturally wouldn't have feared the Blackhorn man, but at this moment she was powerless. The Blackhorn man was about to reach her. Suddenly, swish! Swish! A dark silver sword was thrust out of the Blackhorn man's chest, and a few drops of black blood oozed out of it. Zhao Feng! Ancient god Origin Jade's crystalline eyes turned as she stared at the silver-clothed youth behind the black-horned man. Zhao Feng had saved her once more. Zhao Feng! The black-horned, middle-aged man was startled. Originally, the Astrals had suffered heavy casualties, and the situation was completely one-sided. As such, he had never expected that someone would attack him at this time, allowing Zhao Feng's sneak attack to succeed. At the same time, the black-horned middle-aged man felt that all the energy in his body was being disrupted and devoured by a strange force field. Boom! The black-horned, middle-aged man immediately erupted with his bloodline divine power, struggled free, and fled into the distance. There were too many things about Zhao Feng. Although many of them were unbelievable, it also proved that Zhao Feng was not simple. Coupled with Zhao Feng's attack just now, the Blackhorn man was even more convinced that Zhao Feng's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary half-step god lord. Whoosh! The black-horned, middle-aged man flickered for a certain distance before he stopped and prepared to heal his injuries. Not good! Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger approaching, and his expression changed drastically. Pucci! At the same time, another mixed divine sword pierced through his back. This time, Zhao Feng's Chaos Divine Sword was even more powerful because it had absorbed energy before. Chaos Heaven Sword Cave. The Chaos Origin Divine Sword condensed in Zhao Feng's hand began to rapidly slash forward, unleashing a chaotic series of silver sword images that fused together into a twisted silver sword cave. Swish! At the same time, the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror in Zhao Feng's other hand unleashed 9 chains of lightning that bound the black-horned man's soul. Ah! Ancient god Shadow Death screamed as his divine body was torn apart and devoured by Zhao Feng. Meanwhile, his soul was dragged into the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror. The process of killing the Blackhorn man took less than 4 seconds. Even killing a powerful half-step god lord like ancient god Dark Crow had been extremely easy for Zhao Feng. As for an ordinary half-step god lord like the Blackhorn man, he could casually crush him. Dead. In the distance, ancient god Origin Jade was stunned. An ordinary half-step god lord was actually powerless against Zhao Feng. She even began to wonder if this aloof, calm, and powerful Zhao Feng was the same Zhao Feng that she had been taking care of all this time. After killing the Blackhorn man, Zhao Feng vanished from ancient god Origin Jade's sight at a certain part of the battlefield. Damn, woman, your blazing gold race is truly willing to sacrifice such a rare beast. The Black Destruction Dragon wickedly chuckled. Boom! 2 dragon claws, suffused with black and red draconic flames, lashed at ancient god Ice Flame. Space-time blade. Zhao Kong's figure appeared behind the Black Destruction Dragon, and a wave of space-time blades shot out of his eyes. Damn, these 2 scoundrels are actually fine. Ancient god Ice Flame grimaced. In the face of the combined attacks of the Black Destruction Dragon and Zhao Kong, she could only passively defend. Haha, you're looking down on the Destruction Dragon race too much. The Black Destruction Dragon sneered, appearing rather smug. Although the molten gold beast's explosion was powerful, he and Zhao Kong had been closely following ancient god Ice Flame, so they had managed to stay far away from the center of the explosion. The Black Destruction Dragon had an indestructible body, so this sort of explosion was naturally incapable of actually harming him. With his protection, Zhao Kong would also not be seriously injured. Ancient God Ice Flame, I have come to help you. A handsome peak, rank 9 man approached Ancient God Ice Flame. The explosion of the molten gold beast had inflicted grievous losses on the spiritual race, but the blazing gold race now had plenty of manpower. Moreover, Ancient God Ice Flame was a prodigy of the blazing gold race's previous generation and a goddess in the hearts of countless men. If she was in trouble, countless people would naturally come to her aid. Once this handsome man arrived, 1 or 2 more people arrived. At this moment, a voice resounded in the Black Destruction Dragon's mind. Attack with all your strength. Kill Ancient God Ice Flame. Haha. Damn woman. I won't keep playing with you. The Black Destruction Dragon chuckled. You want to run? Ancient God Ice Flame scornfully smiled. But how could she so easily let go of the Black Destruction Dragon and Zhao Kong? What a joke! The Black Destruction Dragon snorted as it opened its mouth and spat out a pearl covered in dragon flames. This was none other than the supreme quality divine artifact, the Dragon Flame Pearl. Zhao Kong's Eye of Spacetime also began to pulse, powerful spacetime energy revolving around his body. Work together. Kill them. Ancient God Ice Flame's face chilled as she bellowed. The men around her rejoiced and began to use their powerful secret skills to kill the Black Destruction Dragon and Zhao Kong. But at this moment, a powerful ripple of energy approached. Ancient God Ice Flame's brow creased. Now that the spiritual race was on the back foot, a half-step God Lord had actually come to deal with her. But a moment later, Ancient God Ice Flame grimaced. Swish! A silver figure appeared in front of Ancient God Ice Flame. Chaos Origin Divine Sword. Slash! Chaos Origin Divine Power madly surged in Zhao Feng's hand, condensing into a massive Chaos Origin Divine Sword that he slashed forward. In a flash, a peak rank 9 and 2 rank 9 ancient gods were cleaved in two by Zhao Feng. Destruction Dragon Breath. The Black Destruction Dragon roared, and then it spat out a forbidden destruction energy from its mouth. Moreover, this destruction energy was much stronger now that it was released from the supreme quality divine artifact, the Dragon Flame Pearl. Boom! A giant black sun hung in the sky, emitting destructive forbidden flames that burned everything in its path. Oh no! Ancient God Ice Flame grimaced as she activated her defensive physical body. Her exquisite and translucent body was covered in layers of ice, which was incomparably hard. Kaboom! The Chaos Origin Divine Sword swept forward while the Destruction Dragon Breath blazed. In a flash, 2 peak rank 9 ancient gods and 3 rank 9 ancient gods had been killed. Only Ancient God Ice Flame, with her formidable defense and immense strength, managed to escape the attacks of the two. Spatial Destruction Blade. Zhao Kong's Eye of Spacetime unleashed an indistinct white blade. Although Zhao Kong was only a rank 9 ancient god, his Eye of Spacetime was close to the quasi-god-eye level. Deish! In a flash of light, the white blade shot forward with unfathomable speed. Ancient God Ice Flame, who had just escaped the attacks of Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction Dragon, was struck once more. Thump! Thump! Ancient God Ice Flame's body swayed a few times as she vomited blood, but she did her utmost to maintain her clarity of mind and activate her blazing gold race bloodline to retreat. Zhao Feng is here. Hurry and kill him! Ancient God Ice Flame called out. In truth, she was asking for help, but she was too thick-skinned to say so. If no one came to help her, Zhao Feng, the Black Destruction Dragon, and Zhao Kong would work together to kill her. "No one can save you," Zhao Feng growled as he charged forward. "Hurry and save me." This time, ancient god Ice Flame, stimulated by the danger, called out, "Die." Zhao Feng swung the Chaos Origin Divine Sword, leaving behind a gruesome wound on ancient god Ice Flame's body. But ancient god Ice Flame's bloodline was special, and the wound quickly healed. At the same time, the powerful flames were able to affect Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin Divine Sword. "I'll let you have a taste of the Chaos Origin Tribulation Lightning Sword." Zhao Feng's eyes focused. Swish! Tribulation lightning energy madly surged out of his lightning soul body. In a flash, the Chaos Origin Divine Sword in Zhao Feng's hand seethed with lightning as it transformed into the Chaos Origin Tribulation Lightning Sword. Boom! Hiss! A powerful destructive energy passed through the Chaos Origin Tribulation Lightning Sword and descended upon ancient god Ice Flame. The combination of Tribulation Lightning energy and Chaos Origin Divine power boosted its power to a whole new level. A vast and destructive energy immediately began to wreak havoc on ancient god Ice Flame's divine body. The shattered divine body was more easily absorbed by the Chaos Origin Divine Sword, further increasing the power of the Chaos Origin Divine Sword. "Don't!" This terrifying energy caused tears to fall from ancient god Ice Flame's eyes as she cried out in fear. However, all his struggles were futile. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ancient god Ice Flame's body and soul twisted and shattered, ultimately dissipating from the world. So powerful! Zhao Feng was rather elated. What sort of technique is this? The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, was stunned. This sword pierced through both body and soul, killing ancient god Ice Flame. The nearby Blazing Gold Race experts that were just about to arrive saw this scene and immediately fled in fright. Too terrifying! Ancient god Ice Flame was killed. A peak rank 9 ancient god was scared out of his wits. "Master Naui?" The Black Destruction Dragon asked. "Kill." Zhao Feng spat out a single word. After saying this, his body blinked away. Swish! In a flash, he left a bloody path in his wake, sweeping through everything in his path. Chapter 1422. Was he planning to face all of this alone? All was deathly still. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ancient god Floating Spirit asked in confusion. With a swing of Zhao Feng's sword, all was obliterated, and the roars came to an abrupt end. The Black Destruction Dragon's eyes blazed with dragon flames, its blood of slaughter awakened by Zhao Feng. The fiery-robed man's soul trembled as he retreated. Zhao Feng bellowed, and a vicious killing intent began to spread through the air, seeping into everyone's hearts. In a flash, countless bolts of savage lightning engulfed the entire Chaos Origin Divine Sword. "Hurry! Surround and kill this kid together. Junior, you're doomed today." The two of them charged forward from the other side. A few moments later, the ancient gods that had been preparing to help ancient god Ice Flame had all been slain by Zhao Feng's sword. The fiery-robed man's body was instantly set ablaze, and his robe of flame soared into the sky. The Black Destruction Dragon and Zhao Kong also charged forward. Over there. After killing so many people, the Chaos Origin Divine Sword had absorbed a great deal of energy, making it even stronger than before. The ish! Of course, the slaughter had not stopped yet. The Chaos Origin Divine Sword in his hand swung, unleashing a dark silver bolt that cleaved a rank 9 ancient god in two, shattering his divine soul. How could it be like this? It's so fast! Elder Jean immediately called out. After succeeding in its attack, the little thieving cat immediately fled. The remaining ancient god experts nearby all had ashen faces as they crumbled in despair. The black-robed elder bellowed. The mixed origin lightning tribulation swords might increased a little more than before, and the tremendous power within it poured toward the black-robed old man. The Chaos Origin Divine sword in his hand flashed with astonishing ripples of divine power. Besides that, it also had powerful time intent. A boundless silver chain wrapped around the space between heaven and earth, giving off a powerful spatial energy. Elder, we have to hold on. At the same time, a translucent silver chain appeared in the black-robed elder's hand. The energy of the Chaos Origin Divine soared to the point where even the fiery-robed man was alarmed by the danger of death. Boom! Bang! Crash! The black-robed elder's body exploded, leaving nothing behind. The black-robed elder barked. The Black Destruction Dragon was shocked. But it was too late. The three of them madly slaughtered their way through the blazing gold race's territory. However, a strange and powerful time power suddenly enveloped his body. In a flash, the peak rank 9 and rank 9 ancient gods spread out and surrounded Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had used his own speed to escape their encirclement and then took the initiative to kill his way back. This was simply a provocation, an insult to them. As long as the encirclement was reduced to a certain extent, even if Zhao Feng were to kill someone, the people around him would be able to quickly reinforce him. But Zhao Feng was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the two blazing gold race members, the Chaos Origin Divine sword in his hand flying through the air. Chi, chi, chi! The black-robed old man immediately shouted, and everyone surrounded and attacked. Although Zhao Feng was in the territory of the blazing gold race, the ordinary true gods and ancient gods nearby all retreated in fear. They had gathered such a terrifying force to surround Zhao Feng, but they could only watch as Zhao Feng killed two ancient gods. In front of the blazing gold race, the remaining spiritual race army had formed a circle and was fighting and retreating. Since you're sending yourselves to your deaths, I won't be polite. It wasn't just Zhao Feng who had his space intent locked up. They were as well. But a strange white ripple spread across his body, instantly causing everything around him to slow to a crawl. What's going on? A portion of the blazing gold race has retreated. However, he only needed to hold down Zhao Feng for a few moments. Lock! Swoosh! Dish! 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 Two screams resounded through the air, signifying the death of two more powerful ancient gods. All the members of the blazing gold race were frozen to the spot, their faces slack. Kill! Humph! All the flames in the world had also dissipated. Damn! This brat is truly impudent, slaughtering the members of my blazing gold race like this. That's right. It's Zhao Feng. He's madly killing the members of the blazing gold race. Rank 9 ancient gods. Even peak rank 9 ancient gods have been crushed by him. Zhao Feng moved once more. Instead of retreating, he once more charged at the blazing gold race. What? Zhao Feng's expression was unperturbed, his calm voice suffused with icy, killing intent. But there seemed to be a problem in the rear. He instantly appeared next to a rank 9 ancient god and slashed down with the Chaos Origin Divine sword, destroying and devouring the ancient god's soul. Blood-curdling screams rang out incessantly. All the nearby experts were terrified as they fled in panic. Oh no! In the rear of the blazing gold race, Zhao Feng, the Black Destruction Dragon, and Zhao Kong were wreaking havoc. Wherever they went, blood would spurt out, carving out a bloody path. But at this moment, a silver-gray streak of light shot toward the black-robed elder's chest, suffused with a lethal chill. Such a powerful formation caused even the Black Destruction Dragon's gaze to tremble and become solemn. Although Zhao Feng had to be killed, this was a war, and exterminating the spiritual race was their primary objective. Boom! The black-robed elder chuckled. His body shot forward, leaving behind only a faint golden streak of wind lightning. Chaos Origin Tribulation Lightning Sword. Ancient God Origin Jade immediately said. Zhao Feng sneered, and then he vanished, leaving behind a streak of wind lightning. Too terrifying. He's a god of death. The fiery-robed man rejoiced. Zhao Feng was far too arrogant. He had the advantage in speed, but he was still attacking a half-step godlord. This sight made the nearby Blazing Gold race members tremble in fear. In terms of strength, the fiery-robed man knew that he was no match for Zhao Feng. A powerful time power descended upon him, slowing his movements, thoughts, and god power to a crawl. The black-robed elder cursed, but a moment later he grimaced. Die! In a flash, the surrounding space was locked down, and space intent lost its effect. Good. The black-robed elder saw that Zhao Feng was still as fast as ever and immediately called out. Careful! Daesh! Yes, run! The peak rank 9 knew of Zhao Feng's power and immediately fled. The third elder scanned the area with his divine sense, and his eyes went slack as he slowly called out. Oh no! Thus, if they wanted to deal with Zhao Feng, they needed to restrict his speed. Boom! Hiss! But at this moment, Zhao Feng called out, Leave this place to me. The two of you, go and help the spiritual race. No, don't. The middle-aged half-step god, Lord wearing a blazing robe, ordered. Run. Even if he didn't use space intent, Zhao Feng still had wind, lightning, and metal intents to increase his speed. Surround him. Damn brat. The black-robed elder shot a glance at the black destruction dragon and Zhao Kong before turning his attention back to Zhao Feng. Boom! Let's start a massacre. After killing the fiery-robed man, Zhao Feng stared at the black-robed elder, the Chaos Origin Tribulation lightning sword in his hand rippling with dreadful energy. Not good. He wants to kill me. The moment he said this, the Chaos Origin Divine Sword was unstoppable, instantly piercing through the boundless fire energy and stabbing at the fiery-robed man's chest. This was the only thought left in the elder's mind. Even he would find it very difficult to survive that powerful attack of Zhao Feng's. Damn, that thieving cat! Now that the spiritual race had suffered a crushing defeat, he was leading the upper echelon members of the Blazing Gold race in pursuit of the spiritual race. This was especially true of Zhao Feng, who came and went without a trace, instantly killing everything in his path. Humph! Elder Qin, organize a group of experts and eliminate this brat. Ding! Ding! The Blazing Gold race experts watched helplessly as Zhao Feng got closer and closer, only able to do their best to howl. The black-robed elder was a half-step godlord, and he brought another half-step godlord, 5 peak rank 9s and 8 rank 9s with him. A rank 9's ancient god appeared fearful. A black-robed elder lowered his head and replied, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The Chaos Origin Divine sword in Zhao Feng's hand condensed, and an invisible devouring force field began to absorb the energy of the world. What a powerful force! Ancient god Origin Jade gripped her jade sword, her eyes extremely determined as she unleashed several waves of crystalline green sword energy. Die! The Blazing Gold race had already sent such a powerful force to surround them, but Zhao Feng was telling them to leave. At this moment, even the commander of the team revealed a look of fear, his body trembling. Zhao Feng fearlessly charged at the fiery-robed man. No! Junior, don't be impudent. The hearts of all the spirit tribe members nearby shuddered when they heard this. The fiery-robed man wasn't too far from Zhao Feng, so he immediately rushed over. Hiss! At this moment, Zhao Feng still hadn't given up. He was still fighting in the Blazing Gold race army to share the pressure. With a sweep of his divine sense, the upper echelon members of the Blazing Gold race grimaced. He waved his palms, controlling endless flames that transformed into flame beasts. In the sky, there was also a giant net of fire clouds. The black-robed elder bellowed, the silver chain in his hand rising into the air and expanding in size. Zhao Feng was so fast that not even a half-step godlord could compare. The Blazing Gold race was well aware of this. Swoosh! The fiery-robed man bellowed. the black-robed elder and the fiery-robed man immediately warned. Zhao Feng gripped his sword with both hands and slashed down. Zhao Feng's speed was so fast that no one could react to it, and he instantly caught up. Boom! Bang! Kill him! How could this be? The fiery-robed man stamped his feet in rage. But Zhao Feng had only just killed one person when he shot toward the peak rank 9 ancient god on the other side. Even without using space intent, they were still slower than Zhao Feng. Boom! Bang! He had sent Elder Qin over, but in the end Elder Qin and the other half-step god lord were swiftly slaughtered by Zhao Feng. Nearly half of the ancient gods in the group had been killed as well. Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin Divine sword suddenly flashed with lightning. At this moment, bang! Suddenly, waves of powerful auras rushed over. Time intent surged out, and Zhao Feng's body flickered as if he was using spatial blink. It's Zhao Feng. He's still in the blazing gold race army. Elder Jean was also rather confused. A powerful chaos origin devouring and destruction force field devoured or destroyed the surrounding energy, causing it all to vanish into nothingness. The black destruction dragon's eyes focused. What's going on in the rear? Up ahead. Elder Jean scanned with his divine sense and grimaced. Everyone turned to see that Zhao Feng had actually escaped their encirclement. The black-robed elder's body trembled, and countless tiny cracks appeared on his body. Bzzz. A moment later, an enormous and tyrannical chaos origin, lightning, sword descended. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng's speed was invincible, allowing him to easily escape their encirclement. The chaos origin divine sword pierced through the fiery-robed man's body, obliterating it. Even that veteran peak rank 9 ancient god was powerless against Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng coldly snorted. After glancing at the fiery-robed man, he charged forward. Truly ignorant. Junior, you won't be able to escape this time. Ah. In the distance, the upper echelon members of the blazing gold race army charging at the spiritual race were alarmed by this sight. When Zhao Feng stopped holding back and attacked with all his strength, he could easily crush any expert beneath the half-step god lord level. Chapter 14:23. Zhao Feng's slaughter had left the upper echelon members of the blazing gold race trembling in fear. As for the spiritual race, they were wild with joy. Zhao Feng already has this level of strength? The third elder had a complicated expression, but he was mostly happy. Zhao Feng's slaughter had raised the morale of the spiritual race and struck fear into the hearts of the blazing gold race members. It was precisely because of Zhao Feng's slaughter that the spiritual race began to suffer less from the enemy attacks. So strong, he can ignore the blazing gold race's encirclement. Many members of the spiritual race were stunned by Zhao Feng's slaughter. Damn, this kid can't be allowed to live. Elder Jin's expression was extremely gloomy. He had watched as Zhao Feng got stronger and stronger. This rate of growth made even him fearful. Ancient God Blood Eagle, come with me to kill Zhao Feng. Elder Jin suddenly said to another half-step god lord. The blazing gold race still had the absolute advantage in the upper echelon battle of the spiritual race. But if they allowed Zhao Feng to continue his slaughter, the situation might reverse. Okay. A tall and slender ancient god, shrouded in a dark red blood shadow, answered. Ancient God Blood Eagle was a half-step god lord famed for his speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streaks of light shot toward Zhao Feng in the rear of the battlefield. Not good. Elder Jin is personally dealing with Zhao Feng. The third elder grimaced. Elder Jin was the strongest half-step god lord of the blazing gold race and had grasped a sliver of law energy. He could be said to be one of the strongest experts on this battlefield below the god lord level. Alas, the third elder had been grievously injured by the molten gold beast's explosion and was powerless to stop him. Moreover, He could not leave this place, or else the remaining members of the spiritual race would be in grave danger. "Zhao Feng, watch out!" Ancient God Origin Jade called out into the distance. On the other end, Zhao Feng's eyes flashed as he saw Elder Jean and Ancient God Blood Eagle rapidly approaching him. "You can't do anything to me." Zhao Feng chuckled as he swung the Chaos Origin Divine Sword once more. Pucci, nearby, a rank 9 ancient god of the blazing gold race, who was attempting to flee, had his soul destroyed. Impudent, ignorant junior. When Elder Jean heard this, he was enraged and cursed loudly. He hadn't even made a move, but Zhao Feng had already said such words. This was the most direct provocation and insult to Elder Jean. In the distant horizon, on the God-Lord battlefield, "Good lad!" The spirit race patriarch's brows relaxed as he revealed a faint smile. Although the molten gold beast self-destruction had dealt a heavy blow to the spirit race and put them in an unprecedented crisis, Zhao Feng's slaughter had saved the situation to a certain extent. The spirit race still had a chance. They had not lost yet. A bunch of useless fools. The blazing gold race patriarch snorted. "Kill Zhao Feng," Elder Jean bellowed. Quite a few rank 9 ancient god experts and above began to gather on the battlefield. At the start, Zhao Feng's slaughter had struck fear into their hearts. But now that Elder Jean had personally taken action and given the order, they did not dare to disobey. Moreover, Elder Jean was a peak half-step god-lord expert, and Ancient God Blood Eagle was an ancient god famed for his speed. Zhao Feng had no chance to continue acting so arrogantly. Good. In this situation, Zhao Feng chuckled and shot forward. However many came, he would kill them all. Kill. Zhao Feng held the Chaos Origin Divine Sword in his right hand and the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror in his left. Sword bolts and lightning bolts rampaged across the battlefield. Dish! Boom! Hiss! Zhao Feng traversed the battlefield, leaving a trail of chaos in his wake as he killed everything in his path. A rank 9 ancient god was slain by a single sword strike. Peak rank 9 ancient gods were also swiftly harvested by Zhao Feng, either killed or had their souls absorbed into the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror. "Junior, if you have the skill, come and kill me." Elder Jin's eyes blazed with golden flames as he roared. In terms of speed, even Elder Jean and Ancient God Blood Eagle were slightly inferior to Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng was wantonly slaughtering his way through the battlefield, but the two of them were too slow to catch up. Swish! Swish! Elder Jean and Ancient God Blood Eagle led many rank 9 experts in pursuit of Zhao Feng. A single rank 9, or peak rank 9 ancient god, wouldn't be able to last for long against Zhao Feng. Thus, they followed the 2 half-step god lords in fear, not daring to lose track of them. Dish! Zhao Feng, with the Chaos Origin Divine Sword and 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror, once more caught up to a rank 9 and rank 8 ancient god. Don't! The two put all their strength into burning their divine power as they madly fled. Don't even think about it. A massive bloody bolt of light came from the distance, and a heavy and oppressive stench of blood engulfed Zhao Feng's body. The Ish, Ancient God Blood Eagle, transformed into a dark, bloody bolt of light. As he flew forward, he absorbed large amounts of blood and increased his speed. In a flash, Ancient God Blood Eagle closed in on Zhao Feng. Blood Fiend Bind. Ancient God Blood Eagle extended his claws, and vast amounts of blood Tao divine power wove around Zhao Feng. Whoosh! Gulp! A dark red pond of evil blood appeared around Zhao Feng. Countless savage red claws extended from the blood pond to grab at Zhao Feng. Good! Many members of the blazing gold race rejoiced and cheered. Zhao Feng's slaughter had struck fear into all of them, and all the members of the blazing gold race fervently hoped that Zhao Feng would be killed. Since you're sending yourself to death, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhao Feng's eyes chilled as he stared at ancient god Blood Eagle. Dish! A layer of chaos origin divine power surged around his body, instantly forming a dark silver halo. The moment the bloody claws touched the Chaos Heaven Void Ring, their power was halved. At the same time, all the energy in the blood pond was being devoured by Zhao Feng's Chaos Heaven Void Ring. Chaos Origin Conversion. The Chaos Heaven Void Ring around Zhao Feng suddenly surged, transforming into countless streams of silver that poured into the Chaos Origin Divine Sword. BZZZZ. In a flash, the Chaos Origin Divine Sword in Zhao Feng's hand swelled to several hundred feet long. It unleashed a chaotic ripple of energy that shook the world. Nearby, ancient god Blood Eagle and the other rank 9 ancient gods trembled in shock. Oh no! Ancient god Blood Eagle grimaced as he sensed danger. He immediately turned and fled. He had already stopped Zhao Feng for a few moments, and Elder Jean was on his way. Once everyone worked together, Zhao Feng was doomed. Thus, he had no need to continue fighting with Zhao Feng. Die. Zhao Feng gripped his sword with both hands and slashed. The massive Chaos Origin Divine Sword swept forward with unstoppable momentum, obliterating several nearby ancient gods. Ancient god Blood Eagle, affected by time intent, was unable to escape from Zhao Feng's attack range in time and was struck by the giant god sword. How could he be so powerful? Ancient god Blood Eagle's face was ghastly pale. Half of his body had been destroyed by Zhao Feng, causing blood to gush out. Chaos Origin Divine Sword. Zhao Feng's left eye focused on ancient god Blood Eagle's body, and a miniature Chaos Origin Divine Sword immediately shot forward. Ah! With a scream, ancient god Blood Eagle's soul was obliterated. At this moment, the entire battlefield was thrown into disarray. The team led by ancient god Blood Eagle had been almost completely annihilated by Zhao Feng. No, Zhao Feng, this old man will make you into 1,000 pieces. A furious roar resounded through the air. Elder Jin's eyes were bloodshot as he approached. Then let's see if you have the ability. After killing ancient god Blood Eagle, Zhao Feng did not continue to kill the others, instead choosing to confront Elder Jin. Good. You finally stopped running. Let this old man end you. Elder Jin's face was savage and brimming with killing intent. Boom! Elder Jin's body suddenly burst forth with shocking flames as he turned into a scorching meteor and smashed toward Qin Wentian. At this moment, the area for tens of thousands of li around Zhao Feng was engulfed by a scorching pressure. A normal, rank 9 ancient god would find it impossible to move under this pressure. Dish! Zhao Feng shot forward, the Chaos Origin Divine Sword in his hand growing longer as he slashed at Elder Jin. Boom! Bang! Elder Jin swung his steely fist, blocking Zhao Feng's attack. Junior, this level of attack has no effect on me. Elder Jin bellowed as he grabbed the Chaos Origin Divine Sword, berserk bloodline divine power surging out of his body as he attempted to shatter Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin Divine Sword. Is that so? Zhao Feng chuckled. Swish! His lightning soul body unleashed 10,000 bolts of lightning. A moment later, countless bolts of tribulation lightning surged from one end of the Chaos Origin Divine Sword to the other. Chaos Origin Tribulation Lightning Sword formed. Bang! The enormous destructive energy of the Chaos Origin Tribulation Lightning Sword instantly surged into Elder Jin's palm. At the same time, the devouring ability of the Chaos Origin Divine Sword was greatly strengthened. Die! Zhao Feng swung his hand. Swish! Swish! The Chaos Origin Tribulation Lightning Sword chopped off Elder Jin's right hand. Tribulation Lightning Energy. Elder Jin's expression darkened. Chaos Origin Divine Power was already extremely powerful, and now that it was fused with Tribulation Lightning energy, its destructive power was even stronger. Even his defensive body found it hard to take it head-on. Anyone below the God Lord level can be destroyed, Zhao Feng coldly said as he stared at Elder Jean. These words caused everyone's hearts to tremble as they felt an invisible danger. Just now, Elder Jin's hand had been chopped off by Zhao Feng. Good, good. This old man will let you experience the power of a law. Elder Jean was so angry that he began to laugh. At this moment, Zhao Feng had the advantage in speed, and the Chaos Origin Divine Power and Tribulation Lightning was something that Elder Jean found hard to take. If he wanted to kill Zhao Feng, he would have to use a law. Boom! In a flash, Elder Jin's body began to exude a mysterious and unfathomable energy. The golden flames on his divine body instantly swelled to 4 times their original size. The entire world began to burn with golden flames, and all other energies were suppressed. Meanwhile, the power of Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin Divine Sword was greatly weakened. Shameless, boastful brat, die. Elder Jin's eyes were filled with disdain. Swish! A massive golden saber appeared in his hand, and it immediately began to blaze with dazzling golden flames. Burn into nothingness in this boundless fire! Elder Jean roared as he charged forward, the massive saber blazing with golden flames, slashing at Zhao Feng. This dreadful power left all the ancient gods and half-step god lords on the battlefield stunned. The spiritual race's third elder also revealed a helpless expression. Kaboom! The boundless flames were on the verge of engulfing Zhao Feng. But at this moment, something unexpected occurred. An unfathomable and mysterious light suddenly emerged from Zhao Feng's body. You're not the only one who has a law. Zhao Feng called out. How could this be? Elder Jin's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the world around him had almost come to a standstill. His fire law had been suppressed, causing the power of his attacks to drop by a level. Buzz. Bzzz. At the same time, the Chaos Origin Tribulation Lightning Sword in Zhao Feng's hand began to flash with white light. Die! The Chaos Origin Tribulation Lightning Sword infused with a time law slashed down. Everything in the world seemed to come to a standstill. Only this sword continued to move. Elder Jean could only watch as this sword slashed down, unable to dodge. Ding! Plush! Plush! The Chaos Origin Tribulation Lightning Sword slashed at Elder Jin's chest, tearing open a massive wound. Blood madly gushed out, but it was immediately absorbed by Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin Tribulation Lightning Sword to increase its power. Its power rose again. Another slash. Zhao Feng gripped the sword with both hands, madly pouring out Chaos Origin Divine Power as the sword continued to slash down. Swish! Swish! As the golden flames scattered, Elder Jin's body was cleaved in 2 by Zhao Feng's sword. Chapter 1424. At this moment, Elder Jean was powerless to resist, and he was cleaved in 2 by Zhao Feng's sword. Ah! Elder Jin's pained howl resounded over the battlefield, causing all the blazing gold race members to freeze in place, their scalps going numb. On the battlefield of those below the God Lord level, Elder Jean was their highest commander, their strongest expert. But now, even Elder Jean had been cleaved in 2 by Zhao Feng's sword. Of course, besides Elder Jean, Zhao Feng had also killed several half-step god lords and countless peak rank 9 experts. Today's events were destined to be engraved in their minds, impossible to erase. Damn it, Zhao Feng, this old man will tear you into 10,000 pieces. Elder Jin's pained and venomous voice resounded. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by a junior. He was a mighty half-step god lord, and one who had comprehended a sliver of a law at that. But he had actually lost to a peak rank 9 ancient god. Hisses! At the same time, A golden flame extended from the two halves of Elder Jin's body, connecting them together and attempting to heal. However, there was an inextinguishable lightning tribulation's power on the wound that was cut. The injury caused by it was undying and undying. Even Elder Jin would need some time to recover from the wound inflicted by Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin Tribulation lightning sword. There's no need to recover. You're doomed. Zhao Feng's icy voice rang out. Swish! The Chaos Origin Divine sword in Zhao Feng's hand exuded dreadful ripples of energy that shook the world. When he killed Elder Jin, the Chaos Origin Tribulation lightning sword had absorbed some of the energy in Elder Jin's body, making it even stronger. How could this be? Elder Jin grimaced as he sensed the danger of death. Whoosh! His soul body immediately leaped out and fled into the distance. Die! Zhao Feng focused, his left eye turning into a dreamy abyss. Elder Jin hadn't gotten very far when he felt a powerful suction directed at his soul. At the same time, the Chaos Origin Tribulation lightning divine sword in Zhao Feng's hand slashed forward. Swoosh! Immobilized by the gaze of the god eye, Elder Jin's soul was pierced through by the Chaos Origin Tribulation lightning divine sword. The attack of the Chaos Origin lightning tribulation sword pierced through both the physical body and the soul. The boundless power of Chaos Origin lightning tribulation acted on Elder Jin's soul. Boom! In less than a breath's time, Elder Jin's soul completely dissipated. No, Elder Jin has fallen. This isn't real. All the members of the Blazing Gold race trembled, their hearts turning cold in disbelief. On the other hand, the spirit race's face was filled with excitement. His blood surged as he charged forward. Kill! Kill the entire Blazing Gold race. The Blazing Gold race's Elder Jin is dead, and we still have Zhao Feng on our side. The spiritual race will definitely win. The spirit race's morale was greatly boosted, and they launched a counterattack. At this point, Zhao Feng had become the backbone of the Astrals. Xiao! After killing Elder Jin, Zhao Feng shot toward the Blazing Gold Race army. Even though Elder Jin was dead, the spirit race had not yet achieved complete victory. The battle was not over yet, so the slaughter could not be stopped. Kill all the half-step god lords of the Blazing Gold Race, and everything will be over, Zhao Feng muttered. Dish! Wherever he went, he left behind a path of blood as he swept through everything in his path. No, hurry and retreat. This person is too strong. Even Elder Jin was killed. All the members of the Blazing Gold Race stared at Zhao Feng, treating him as a taboo and putting some distance between them. Dish! Zhao Feng's body rapidly traversed the battlefield. Die! He immediately locked onto a half-step god lord and attacked. If he wanted to change the course of this battle, all he could do was kill all the half-step god lords on the other side. No. The golden-robed elder grimaced in fear. He struggled to escape, but it was useless. On this battlefield, Zhao Feng was the true master. No one could stop him. The nearby Blazing Gold Race members were so frightened that their legs went soft and they fled for their lives. Boom! Bang! A half-step god lord was easily killed by Zhao Feng. It wasn't long before another half-step god lord was killed. He specialized in killing half-step god lords. This sight caused the remaining half-step god lords on the battlefield to tremble in fear and despair. This unstoppable slaughter caused the Blazing Gold Race's fear of Zhao Feng to rise to a whole new level. The slaughter continued, and all the members of the Blazing Gold Race were on the verge of collapse from despair. The entire battlefield was filled with the fleeing figures of the Blazing Gold Race. On the God Lord battlefield, the 3 God Lords of the Blazing Gold Race were stunned. That junior actually managed to kill Elder Jin. Half of the upper echelon members of my Blazing Gold Race were killed by this kid. The 2 God Lords of the Blazing Gold Race were enraged. I'll cut this kid into 1,000 pieces. The blazing gold race patriarch was enraged and prepared to charge into the battlefield and personally kill Zhao Feng. It could be said that Zhao Feng had single-handedly ruined this wonderful situation. A mighty second heaven god lord is actually going to attack a peak rank 9 junior? The spiritual race patriarch jeered as he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of blue crystalline water at the blazing gold race patriarch. I didn't think that the spiritual race's war would be averted by Zhao Feng. The spiritual race's second elder emotionally sighed. Although he had guessed that Zhao Feng possessed extraordinary strength, he hadn't expected Zhao Feng to be this strong, able to rampage through anyone below the God Lord level. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a white crystalline hurricane swept forward, obliterating all the golden flames in its path. Humph! The stooped old man let out a low snort and spread his arms, releasing boundless golden flames. The golden flame, raging flame, instantly formed a rotating ring of flame that blocked the second elder's attack. Whoosh! The second elder attacked once more, unleashing one white hurricane after another with heaven-shaking energy. Meanwhile, the hunchbacked elder circulated his defensive body, sending out countless golden flames to block the second elder's attack, only defending and not attacking. The second elder sensed the strangeness of the hunchbacked elder, God Lord Firecloud. In terms of fighting power, God Lord Firecloud was stronger than him, but God Lord Firecloud was taking a defensive stance. Was it because the outcome was already decided and the blazing gold race God Lord had given up on the final battle? But at this moment, an elder suddenly appeared in the distance, his face dark and ugly, his aura sinister and sinister. He was a peak rank 9. Even more shocking was that this ugly elder was heading straight for the God Lord battlefield. The 3 spiritual race God Lords' gazes darkened in confusion. As God Lords, they were extremely knowledgeable and could see through even the smallest details. A peak rank 9 charging toward the God Lord battlefield was simply suicidal, but the more this was the case, the more strange it seemed. It's still not certain who will win. God Lord Firecloud savagely laughed, his body erupting with boundless flame energy. Boom! Bang! The energy of the 2 God Lords collided and canceled each other out. At this moment, Kakik! The hideous old man fearlessly charged toward the second elder of the spirit race like a moth flying into a flame. A peak rank 9 charging at a God Lord? Wasn't this suicidal? Many of the people present found this situation very strange. Scram! The second elder could see that this person was acting strangely and would not allow him to get close. He subconsciously created a crystalline white hurricane that swept forward. The ugly elder was obliterated by the second elder's God Lord level attack. Suicidal? The second elder was stunned, and then he felt a chill spread through the depths of his soul. He inexplicably felt an ill foreboding and nauseous sensation. At the same time, an ancient voice pierced through the cycle of samsara. With my death as the price, I will make my killer fall into a nightmare of endless decay and wither. This is not good. The other 2 spiritual race God Lords grimaced. At the moment of the ugly old man's death, they felt a mysterious and unfathomable ancient power. The cursed words of death. It's actually a forbidden art from the ancient shaman race. The spiritual race patriarch gave a deep sigh. One had to realize that the ancient shaman race was the second-ranked forbidden race in the ancient era. Even the ancient race feared their strange and mysterious secret arts. A moment later, hiss! The second elder let out a muffled groan as he felt a mysterious and unfathomable force descending upon his body and penetrating into his soul. He instantly felt his entire body go numb, sore burning. The cursed words of death that the ugly elder had laid down had descended upon the person who had killed him. The ugly elder could be said to have been suicidal and was obliterated by the second elder. Thus, the second elder became the target of the cursed words of death. How is it? The other two spiritual race god lords anxiously asked. The cursed words of death had extremely harsh conditions. Firstly, the user had to be skilled in the Soul Tao and also have some understanding of the ancient shaman race's secret arts. Secondly, the cursed words of death required death as the price to activate. Finally, if the carrier of death was too weak, the power of the cursed words of death would be average. The ugly elder was not a member of the blazing gold race, and his bloodline was not very high, so the cursed words of death should not have been very powerful. But how could the blazing gold race do something they were not confident in? The second elder said nothing. At this moment, he sensed that his soul, divine power, and cultivation were all rapidly declining. The ugly elder's cursed words of death were apparently stronger than he had imagined. Haha! The cursed words of death are the final move we have prepared. Once activated, it can temporarily erase the fighting power of a god lord. Elder Jean heartily laughed. They did not hope that the ugly elder's cursed words of death could kill a god lord, only temporarily incapacitate them. The cursed words of death activated by this sacrificial warrior were refined from a damaged shaman artifact of the ancient shaman race. The other old woman also revealed a look of victory. The spiritual race patriarch had an extremely nasty grimace. It turned out that the blazing gold race had used a damaged shaman artifact of the ancient shaman race, which was why the cursed words of death were so powerful. Are you still my opponent now? God, Lord Fire Cloud, wickedly chuckled. The three spiritual race god lords had gloomy expressions. Although the second elder would not die from the cursed words of death, his strength and cultivation would rapidly decline. Right now, the second elder could only use 70 to 80% of his peak strength, and his strength was still rapidly declining. A battle between god lords was extremely dangerous. If the second elder continued to fight with God Lord Firecloud, his defeat would be assured. And the blazing gold race only needed to free up a single god lord to decide the outcome of this battle. Down below, the members of both sides still had no idea what had happened on the god lord battlefield. The spiritual race members were still excitedly fighting with the blazing gold race. That energy, just now. Zhao Feng focused his eyes on the god lord battlefield. Just now, he sensed a familiar and disgusting energy. With his see-through ability, Zhao Feng could see what was going on with the 6 god lords. Second elder, what's wrong? Zhao Feng noticed the second elder's abnormality and focused on him. Gradually, he was able to see through part of the second elder's divine body. He instantly grimaced. The cursed words of death. Chapter 14:25. Kill him. The blazing gold race patriarch's eyes hardened. Now that the second elder's cultivation and strength had weakened, it was the best time to eliminate him. As long as they eliminated one god lord, the outcome of this war would be decided. Not good! The 3 spiritual race god lords had grim expressions as they pondered how to respond. But the blazing gold race would not give them time. Boom, boom, boom. In a flash, endless golden flames engulfed the world like a sea of fire that surged toward the 3 spiritual race god lords. Boom! The 3 spiritual race god lords worked together to defend, but they were still pushed back by the blazing gold race. Among them, the second elder's expression was even more embarrassed. He discovered that every time he used his power, he would weaken even faster. The massive change on the god lord battlefield naturally attracted the attention of both sides. The blazing gold race god lord has forced back the spiritual race god lords. The second elder of the spirit tribe looks extremely weak. The blazing gold race members who had been on the verge of despair instantly saw hope. On the other hand, the people of the spirit clan were stunned on the spot. How could this be? Ancient god Origin Jade was astonished. Just when they believed that they had won, the blazing gold race god lords used some sort of technique to force back the spiritual race god lords. It seemed like the second elder's injuries were rather severe. He was probably no longer a match for the blazing gold race godlord. "We have to help second elder," the third elder said with a determined look. The outcome of the battle between god lords was far too important. Once the second elder was defeated, everything would be over. The third elder's decision received the approval of the spiritual race. They could not afford to lose on a god-lord level battlefield. Moreover, the battle between the upper echelons of the astrals had basically been settled. Relocating a portion of their forces to the god-lord battlefield was not a problem at all. In addition, an expert like Zhao Feng was naturally one of the forces that could resist the power of a divine master. "A bunch of ants, come and die." God Lord Fire Cloud couldn't help but jeer. "Second elder will help you." The third elder led more than a dozen people to the second elder's side. Besides the third elder, there was another half-step god lord in this group. Two of them were outstanding half-step god lords of the spiritual race, while the others were peak rank 9s. All right, the second elder's face was slightly bitter. "Huyin, kill that kid," the blazing gold race patriarch messaged. Just now, Zhao Feng's massacre of the blazing gold race had alarmed even a godlord. The blazing gold race patriarch even wanted to personally kill Zhao Feng. But now, with Zhao Feng participating in the god-lord battle of his own accord, this was the perfect opportunity to kill him. "I don't need you to tell me that." God Lord Fire Cloud wickedly laughed. Boom! In a flash, God Lord Fire Cloud's body began to glow with a golden light. He was like a golden sun, exuding endless waves of fire. The golden flames instantly transformed into giant flaming hands that pressed forward. The overwhelming aura made it difficult for the peak rank 9 cultivators to breathe, as if their bodies were about to melt. At that moment, the second and third elders stepped forward and released a weak law energy to weaken the Divine Master's pressure. Heavenly Spirit Crystal Sword. With the third elder at the center, the rest of the Spirit Race clansmen all activated their bloodlines. In an instant, colorful bloodline radiance shone and solidified the void, forming a 5-colored crystal sword. Deish! Under the third elder's control, the multicolored crystal sword stabbed forward. This was a secret bloodline art of the spiritual race. By working together, they could use their bloodline to crystallize the surrounding space. Not only could they instantly form a defensive barrier like the Heavenly Spirit Crystal Wall, they could also form an offensive technique like the Heavenly Spirit Crystal Sword. Boom! Plush! The multicolored crystal sword, imbued with astonishing bloodline divine power, stabbed forward and pulverized all the giant flaming hands in its path. As expected of a secret bloodline art of the spiritual race, it truly is extraordinary. Zhao Feng's eyes focused. The Heavenly Spirit Crystal sword used by the third elder could instantly kill an ordinary half-step god lord and pose a threat to him. Humph. Just a bunch of rabble. God Lord Fire Cloud smiled, a dazzling golden hammer appearing in his hand. It was covered in the inscriptions of various beasts and exuded a dreadful and oppressive energy. Circulating divine power, he smashed his hammer against the third elder's Heavenly Spirit Crystal Sword. Clink-clang. A moment later, the multicolored crystal sword was sent flying by God Lord Fire Cloud, and the sound of shattering could be heard. So strong! The third elder's body trembled, a trickle of blood trickling down the corner of his lips. Although the spiritual race's secret bloodline art was powerful, it was still rather forceful against a blazing gold race godlord. On the other side, while God Lord Firecloud was blocking the attacks of the third elder's group, the second elder and Zhao Feng attacked at the same time. Whoosh! A white scimitar appeared in the second elder's hand, and a light swing of it created fierce winds. Crystal whirlwind. The second elder gathered up his bloodline divine power and slashed out a massive crystal blade at God Lord Firecloud. At the same time, the Chaos Origin Tribulation lightning sword in Zhao Feng's hand swelled in power as he unleashed a bolt of Chaos Origin Tribulation lightning energy. Haha, a god lord whose strength has been greatly reduced, and a peak rank 9 can do anything to me. God Lord Fire Cloud swung his golden hammer. In a flash, waves of fire soared into the sky, and 2 giant flaming beasts charged out and pulverized the second elder's crystal blade. Time Law. Zhao Feng immediately communicated with the ancestral artifact fragment in his body and borrowed a sliver of Time Law energy. Time Intent was extremely powerful among intents, and the Time Law was an existence that countered all other laws. Zhao Feng fused the Time Law he borrowed with his own Time Intent and unleashed it. In the next moment, the fire beast that was charging towards him suddenly slowed down. Seizing this chance, Zhao Feng unleashed several more bolts of sword energy with his Chaos Origin Tribulation lightning sword. These Chaos Origin Tribulation lightning bolts moved with incredible speed because they also contained a sliver of Time Law energy. God Lord Firecloud had never imagined that Zhao Feng would be able to block his attack. By the time he reacted, Zhao Feng's attack was already upon him. Ding! Plush! Plush! The Chaos Origin Tribulation lightning bolts bombarded God Lord Firecloud's divine body, leaving pitch-black marks on his perfect golden body. Seeking death, God Lord Firecloud flew into a rage out of humiliation, his fury erupting like a volcano, shaking the world. In the distance, even the space-time robe wearing Zhao Feng felt a burning sensation on his skin. After succeeding in this attack, Zhao Feng rapidly retreated. This old man will kill you first. God Lord Firecloud was enraged by Zhao Feng and charged at Zhao Feng. The second elder swung his white scimitar again and again. Zhao Feng had played a significant role in this battle, so he could not be allowed to die like this. On the other side, oh no! The third elder bellowed as he madly activated his spiritual race bloodline, causing even more white crystals to form in the surroundings. The newly condensed crystal quickly rushed into the colorful crystal sword, repairing the cracks on it and making it even more powerful. The rainbow crystal sword once more attacked God Lord Firecloud. Damn! Sensing the massive attack behind him, God Lord Firecloud was forced to stop. Although the second elder's cultivation had regressed, he could still display power far beyond that of an ordinary half-step god lord. On the other side, the third elder's team was using secret spiritual race bloodline arts to attack even stronger than the weakened second elders. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first. God Lord Firecloud's face twisted in rage. In terms of speed, Zhao Feng was even faster than the weakened second elder, and the third elder's team was using secret bloodline arts, making it even more difficult for them to move. Fire Cloud, heaven-shattering beast. God Lord Fire Cloud gripped the golden hammer in his hands and poured enormous amounts of bloodline divine power into it. In a flash, the golden hammer exploded with a roiling cloud of fire. With a ferocious swing of the hammer, the huge cloud of fire directly transformed into a huge flame beast. Roar! The flame beast seemed almost tangible, and with a roar, searing waves of sound causing the world to quake. A portion of the second elder's attack was scattered. Boom! The fire cloud heaven-shattering beast howled as it charged forward, bearing its sharp fangs of golden flame as it clashed with the attacks of the second elder and third elder's team. In a flash, the crystalline blades of the second elder's team weakened, and the rainbow-colored swords of the third elder's team were shredded into crystal shards. In contrast, the fire cloud heaven-shattering beast grew larger and larger, its power astonishing. Roar! With a heaven-shaking roar, the fire cloud heaven-shattering beast shattered everything in its path and charged at the second elder and third elder. Oh no! The third elder vomited blood, his face ghastly pale. He was already injured, and he had used too much of his bloodline art just now, causing his injuries to worsen. At this critical moment, the second elder extended a hand and took out a white crystal pearl, within which was a frozen crystalline whirlwind. Crack! The second elder shattered the white crystal pearl. In an instant, a powerful law of wind rippled out. This sight caused the four god lords fighting in the distance to involuntarily raise their eyebrows. Dish! A massive crystalline whirlwind appeared, its power so great that even the fire cloud heaven-shattering beast was slightly affected. Boom! The enormous white whirlwind collided with the fire cloud heaven-shattering beast. Its vast divine power mixed with wind law energy, madly grinding apart the fire cloud heaven-shattering beast. A moment later, the fire cloud heaven-shattering beast was pulverized. God, Lord Fire Cloud grimaced. Although the second elder's strength was gradually declining, he was still a god lord. He definitely had some life-saving cards. In the face of this terrifying attack, God Lord Fire Cloud's face darkened as he activated his defensive body. The flame tattoos on his bright golden body began to shine with an even brighter golden light, and the pressure of his flame physical body exploded outward. Boom! Bang! God Lord Fire Cloud activated his defensive body and the golden hammer in his hand as he swung it forward. At this moment, both his defense and physical body were at their peak. Boom! Bang! Crash! The two collided in a storm of fire that shook the world. A moment later, a searing flame energy soared into the sky, scattering the wind law energy. God Lord Fire Cloud charged forward. Although his body was covered in wounds, he didn't seem to have suffered any major injuries. In the distance, a trickle of blood trickled down the second elder's lips as he retreated. In his weakened state, activating his life-saving cards caused his strength to decline even faster. He no longer had the strength to interfere in a battle between god lords. On the other side, the third elder and the others had consumed too much of their spiritual race bloodlines and were also extremely weak. Kid, who can save you this time? God Lord Fire Cloud cast aside the second and third elders and focused on killing Xiaofeng. After all, the second and third elders had temporarily lost their fighting power and were no longer of much use. Hisses! The world was scorching hot, and the other intent energies gradually vanished. Wind, metal, and lightning intent energies could no longer be used, and Xiaofeng's speed plummeted. Boom! Behind him, God Lord Fire Cloud pressed forward, surrounded by endless waves of fire. Seeing this scene, the second elder, third elder, and the others who were retreating to the back revealed expressions of pity. Against a god lord, my advantage in speed is useless. Xiaofeng's eyes dimmed. Seeing that God Lord Fire Cloud was about to catch up, he could no longer hide. Bzzz. In a flash, a strange layer of white time energy emerged from Xiaofeng's body. Chapter 14:26. At this moment, the time law Xiaofeng was circulating was even stronger. If he used such a powerful time law to escape, he would be letting down the ancestral artifact fragment. Whoosh! Xiaofeng suddenly turned around. The Chaos Origin Tribulation, lightning divine, sword in his hand, exploding with power. Die! He gripped the sword with both hands and slashed. At this moment, God Lord Fire Cloud, who was in pursuit, was restrained by a time law and slowed down in all aspects. The time law is even stronger than before. What's going on with this kid? God Lord Fire Cloud's eyes focused, and he began to view Xiaofeng with even more importance. As he watched that incredibly fast sword descend, God Lord Fire Cloud hurriedly swung his golden hammer. Clink-clang! God Lord Fire Cloud blocked Xiaofeng's Chaos Origin Tribulation lightning sword. Although the fire law was inferior to the time law, it was still a law energy. Moreover, the time law that Xiaofeng was using was not very strong. Thus, God Lord Fire Cloud was extremely resistant to the time law. Junior, Even if you have some time law energy, you can't deal with me. God, Lord Fire Cloud, couldn't help but smile. Although God, Lord Fire Cloud, had blocked his sword, Zhao Feng remained unperturbed. He did not draw back his sword, but instead continued to slash with all his strength. Junior, it's useless. Wait, you're absorbing my energy. God, Lord Fire Cloud, faintly smiled and prepared to jeer, but then he suddenly grimaced. He could sense that the bloodline and divine power he had unleashed were slowly fading away. Zhao Feng faintly smiled as he swiftly retreated. His primary goal just now was to absorb God, Lord Fire Cloud's energy. However, the energy of a God Lord contained a law and was rather difficult to absorb, so it was not very effective. Thus, the stalemate lasted for a few moments. After Zhao Feng left, boom! A blazing and turbulent pillar of light pierced through the place where he had disappeared. This kid, God, Lord Fire Cloud's expression darkened. He had never suffered so many losses at the hands of a junior before. The second elder, third elder, and the others who had retreated extremely far away were stunned. I didn't think that Zhao Feng alone would be able to exchange blows with a God Lord. The third elder couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, if he was at his peak, he would have been able to exchange a few blows with God, Lord Fire Cloud. But he would have found it very difficult to emerge unscathed, much less make God, Lord Fire Cloud suffer. However, God, Lord Fire Cloud had also experienced a major battle, and he had even been injured by the second elder's trump card. Where exactly did Zhao Feng obtain this power of the time law? The second elder was more concerned about this. It was very difficult to believe that such a young junior had comprehended a time law, and Zhao Feng hadn't even become a God Lord yet. On the other side, the four almighty God Lords fighting were also in disbelief. It was extremely rare for a half-step God Lord to clash with a God Lord, and a peak rank 9 fighting with a God Lord was even more unheard of. What is this God Lord Fire Cloud doing? The blazing gold race patriarch's expression darkened. Now that the second elder and third elder had lost the ability to fight, God Lord Fire Cloud was actually unable to instantly kill the lone Zhao Feng. At this moment, bang! Zhao Feng and God Lord Fire Cloud once more clashed. Because the Chaos Origin Tribulation Lightning Sword had absorbed God Lord Fire Cloud's divine power, it was even stronger this time, causing God Lord Fire Cloud to be stunned. Good. The absorption speed this time is even faster. Zhao Feng couldn't help but rejoice. His Chaos Origin divine power also contained fire intent. After absorbing the energy of the fire law the first time, it was much easier for him to absorb it a second time. Junior, the energy of a God Lord is very dangerous. God Lord Fire Cloud's face darkened as he bellowed. Boom! His entire body suddenly erupted with flame energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas, erupting like a volcano. Even the second elder had to be cautious when dealing with this terrifying power. This time, God Lord Fire Cloud was prepared and quickly launched a counterattack. The distant second elder and third elder saw this sight and felt their hearts leap into their throats, hoping that Zhao Feng could dodge. But to their surprise, Zhao Feng did not dodge. Space-time barrier. Zhao Feng activated the space-time robe and used a space-time combat skill. Whoosh! Whoosh! Layers upon layers of light began to emerge from the space-time robe. Moreover, Zhao Feng had used a sliver of a time law this time, greatly increasing the power of the space-time barrier. It also had a certain level of defense against God Lord attacks. At the same time, a dark silver halo of light began to form around Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng had 3 layers of defense: the space-time barrier, the Chaos Heaven Void Ring, and the space-time robe. Kaboom! As the tyrannical flames pierced through the space-time barrier, the Chaos Heaven Void Ring's defensive and devouring abilities were activated. After absorbing energy from the outside world, the Chaos Heaven Void Ring's defensive capabilities could be further boosted. This kid, he was actually able to block my attack. God, Lord Firecloud, was stunned. He originally believed that even if Xiao Feng could dodge the majority of the attack, he would still be in grave danger. But to his surprise, Xiao Feng had taken it head-on. At this moment, the power of the space-time barrier was almost completely destroyed. Boom! A moment later, the endless flames struck the Chaos Heaven Void Ring, passing through it to the space-time robe. Boom! Bang! Although the space-time robe had blocked the damage, the impact of the flames still pushed Xiao Feng back a little. With this attack, I'll send you to the Yellow Springs. God, Lord Firecloud, roared as he charged forward, not giving Xiao Feng a chance to catch his breath. Although Xiao Feng had managed to block one attack, he had probably used all his strength. The second attack was certain to kill him. Boom! Bang! God, Lord Firecloud, swung his golden hammer, unleashing a golden cloud of fire from which several fierce flame beasts emerged. Chaos Origin Conversion. Xiao Feng was unhurried. The Chaos Heaven Void ring around him transformed into several silver streams that poured into the Chaos Origin Tribulation Lightning Sword. At this moment, the Chaos Origin Tribulation Lightning Sword in Xiao Feng's hand became extremely heavy, and it flickered with divine flames that seemed capable of shaking the world. He had done all he could to block God Lord Firecloud's attack, so that he could absorb his opponent's energy and strengthen the already powerful Chaos Origin Tribulation Lightning Sword. God Lord Firecloud couldn't help but tremble as he sensed the power of Xiao Feng's Chaos Origin Tribulation Lightning Sword. Bang! With a single slash of the sword, the flame beasts were obliterated. The sword then descended upon God Lord Firecloud's body, unleashing boundless energy that instantly broke through God Lord Firecloud's defenses and left behind a trail of golden blood. Ah! How could this be? God, Lord Firecloud screamed, a look of shock on his face. But when he thought about it, he understood everything. Xiao Feng had absorbed Tower's bloodline and divine power time and time again. But the power of this attack was actually able to break through God, Lord Firecloud's own attack and wound him. Moreover, the damage inflicted by Tribulation Lightning was not that easy to repair. Unforgivable. Furious, God Lord Firecloud immediately began to burn his bloodline and divine power. The golden hammer in his hand exploded with a roiling cloud of fire. With a ferocious swing of the hammer, the huge cloud of fire transformed into a huge flaming beast. This was God Lord Firecloud's famed technique, the Fire Cloud Heaven-Shattering Beast. Xiao Feng, you can rest easy now that you have died to my famed technique. God, Lord Firecloud, savagely laughed. The Fire Cloud Heaven-Shattering Beast was so powerful that not even the combined efforts of the Second Elder and Third Elder could stop it. Moreover, Xiao Feng had already used up all the energy in his Chaos Origin Tribulation Lightning Sword. Even if he used his previous defenses, he would find it very difficult to block this attack. Roar! The flame beast seemed to have taken physical form as it roared, its scorching sound causing the world to quake. However, Xiao Feng didn't show any fear as he looked at the flaming beast. Bzzz, a powerful time law descended upon the Fire Cloud Heaven-Shattering Beast. At the same time, Xiao Feng focused his left eye on it and began to circulate it. This bloodline energy. God Lord Firecloud's face froze. At this moment, he sensed an incredibly powerful ancient energy from Xiao Feng's eye, one that was close to the top 10 ancient races. Roar! The Fire Cloud Heaven-Shattering Beast roared, unleashing the power of a fire law to resist the time law and then explosively charging forward. The Fire Cloud Heaven-Shattering Beast's hellish maw was about to swallow up Xiao Feng. God-eye! Illusory oblivion. Dreamy mist began to spin out of Xiao Feng's left eye and seep into the world. The Fire Cloud Heaven-Shattering Beast's enormous body seemed to be a transparent image made of dazzling bubbles. Extinguish! He gathered his consciousness and his origin energy surged out. A moment later, the fire cloud heaven-shattering beast's body crumbled and vanished. How could this be? God, Lord Fire Cloud, almost choked up. His supreme technique had vanished into thin air. This was even more shocking than when Zhao Feng had blocked his attack. Everyone around him, including the 4 battling god lords, was also dumbfounded. Not even the second heaven god lords could understand what had happened just now. At this moment, a dreamy silver eye of the heavens appeared in the sky, exuding a dreadful soul pressure. God eye duplication. Fire cloud heaven-shattering beast. A soul bellow resounded, and then the eye of the heavens began to exude a dreamy mist. Boom! A ferocious, fiery beast emerged from the dreamy mist of light, roaring. Its target was none other than God, Lord Fire Cloud. No, God, Lord Fire Cloud, was dumbfounded as he was swallowed up by the fire cloud, heaven-shattering beast. Broom! The fire cloud scattered, revealing God, Lord Fire Cloud's scorched body. At this moment, he was still in a daze. Suddenly, a powerful soul energy approached, causing God, Lord Fire Cloud's eyes to flash. Dish! A miniature chaos origin divine sword pierced through God, Lord Fire Cloud's soul, causing him to grab his head and scream. Chaos origin tribulation lightning sword. Zhao Feng swiftly arrived, his massive sword slashing down. Swoosh! An indelible wound was left on God, Lord Fire Cloud's body. After being heavily injured by Zhao Feng several times in a row, God, Lord Fire Cloud's injuries were extremely severe. Zhao Feng's attacks were imbued with tribulation lightning and a time law. Injuries inflicted by tribulation lightning were extremely difficult to repair, and the time law made it even more difficult to repair them. In addition, Zhao Feng's bizarre techniques and the bloodline energy of one of the top 10 ancient races had deeply intimidated him. Run! Without another word, God, Lord Fire Cloud, transformed into a streak of golden flame and fled. Zhao Feng naturally wouldn't let God, Lord Fire Cloud go so easily. Dish! Dish! 2 streaks of light flew through the sky, one fleeing and one pursuing. However, the one fleeing was a god lord, while the one pursuing was a peak rank 9. Chapter 14:27. 2 streaks of light flew through the sky, one fleeing and one pursuing. The one fleeing was the blazing gold race's god, Lord Fire Cloud, and the one pursuing was the peak rank 9 Zhao Feng of the spiritual race. When everyone saw this, their first reaction was to wonder if their eyes were playing tricks on them. A mighty god lord was being pursued by a peak rank 9. Zhao Feng has this kind of strength? The second elder's body went stiff, his face pale in disbelief. Even at his peak, he was not confident that he could defeat God, Lord Fire Cloud. I didn't think that while we were defeated, he alone would be able to defeat a god lord. The third elder shook his head in shock and sighed. Ever since Zhao Feng had returned to the spiritual race, he had displayed astonishing strength time and time again. In just a few short decades, this junior who had just become a true god had now surpassed the third elder. Now that he thought about it, he really might not have had the right to take Zhao Feng as his disciple. On the other side of the god lord battlefield, the 2 god lords of the blazing gold race were even more flabbergasted. They had never imagined that the massive advantage they had gained from the cursed words of death would be instantly reversed by a peak rank 9 junior. God, Lord Fire Cloud, you fool! The blazing gold race patriarch was livid. God, Lord Fire Cloud, had ruined such an excellent opportunity, and now he was being pursued by a peak rank 9. If word of this got out, he would become the laughingstock of the entire Xiling zone. The 2 god lords of the spiritual race were both stunned and laughing. This battle had truly been hair-raising. Fortunately, in the end, the spiritual race had not lost. Dish! Dish! God, Lord Fire Cloud, madly fled through the boundless sky. but when he heard the furious roar of the blazing gold race patriarch, he immediately lowered his head in shame. At this moment, powerful ripples of divine power came from behind God, Lord Firecloud. Several chaos origin tribulation lightning bolts flashed forward. Ding! Plush! God, Lord Firecloud, did his utmost to dodge, but he was still struck by 2 chaos origin tribulation lightning bolts. Where do you think you're going? Zhao Feng's roar echoed through the air. In truth, if he didn't use his time law, Zhao Feng would find it very difficult to catch up to God, Lord Firecloud. Even if he did catch up, there was no guarantee that he would be able to kill God, Lord Firecloud. God Lords had extremely tenacious vitality, and even God Lords of the same level had to be wary of the final counterattack of a God Lord. The slightest mistake could result in mutual destruction, much less the peak rank 9 Zhao Feng. He had been chasing God Lord Firecloud this entire time, but he was not following too closely. His only goal was to hold down God Lord Firecloud and not give him a chance to catch his breath. As long as the second elder and the third elder recovered, the war would almost be over. Patriarch, shall we retreat? Patriarch, God of a fire heaven, the situation is very bad. The other blazing gold race God Lord also agreed with God Lord Firecloud's suggestion. The spirit demon race second dragon, sect elder of dragon, was the second elder of the divine race, the dragon spiritual, the dragon was God. The demon was, too. On the Feng dragon spiritual dragon 2. Feng fire spirit of 2-2 spiritual, 2-2. He. Once the second elder and third elder recovered some of their fighting power, the spiritual race would also have far more half-step God Lords than the blazing gold race. At that time, the blazing gold race would suffer an even more miserable defeat. Retreat! The blazing gold race patriarch clenched his teeth and roared, his face savage. Where there is life, there is hope. Retreat! The blazing gold race members fighting down below immediately retreated. Xiao, God, Lord Firecloud, went to the side of the 2 blazing gold race God Lords. The 3 God Lords worked together to fight and retreat. Kill! The spirit race's patriarch growled. The grudge between the blazing gold race and the spiritual race had reached a point where one side would not rest until the other was dead. If he could exterminate the blazing gold race, that would be for the best. But even if he couldn't, he would at least do his best to heavily wound it and reduce its threat. Rumble. The 2 God Lords of the spiritual race were the first to pursue, their actions startling the world. If we let the blazing gold race go this time, they'll definitely come back in the future. The second elder's eyes turned cold. His cursed words of death had been temporarily suppressed, and his combat strength had recovered quite a bit. He also rose to attack. The third elder and the other half-step God Lords and peak rank 9s also joined the battle. Down below, the entire spirit race was in hot pursuit. Boom! Bang! Crash! The clash between the 2 races reached another peak. In order to cover the retreat of the other members of the blazing gold race, the 3 God Lords of the blazing gold race had to stay behind and block the upper echelon members of the spiritual race. The spiritual race was overall stronger than the blazing gold race. But with 3 God Lords defending with all their might, the spiritual race was temporarily helpless against the blazing gold race. After all, the spiritual race's attacks were not very explosive. The other members of the blazing gold race quickly retreated. Let's go! The blazing gold race patriarch fiercely glared at the spiritual race patriarch and Zhao Feng as he barked. In order to allow the blazing gold race members to retreat, the 3 God Lords had been left behind to endure the frenzied bombardment of the spiritual race and had suffered significant injuries. Damn, we're letting them go just like that? The second elder was somewhat unwilling. If he was at his peak state, the 3 God Lords might have been able to heavily wound the 3 God Lords. But now that the three god lords of the blazing gold race were intent on fleeing, they found it very difficult to do anything. Since we can't deal with the three of them, we might as well target one of them, Zhao Feng softly said. His left eye focused on God, Lord Firecloud. Even if that's the case, the three of them are working together. The second elder's eyes dimmed. The three god lords had been working together this entire time as they slowly retreated. Zhao Feng's plan did not seem to work. Bzzz. At this moment, Zhao Feng's body rippled with time law energy that gradually flowed into his left eye. And this time, the time law energy Zhao Feng used was even stronger. Buzz! Bzzz. Dreamy mist began to seep out of his left eye, dazzling and magnificent. At this moment, all the spiritual race members around him were stunned by the powerful ancient energy exuded by Zhao Feng's eye. Space-time seal. Zhao Feng's space-time eye bloodline technique suddenly activated. A moment later, a strange space-time energy descended upon God, Lord Firecloud's body. Not good. God, Lord Firecloud called out in panic. At this moment, he was being affected by this powerful space-time energy. He could not circulate space intent, and his movements and thoughts were restrained by time intent. His body was stiff and sluggish, and even those two words came out of his mouth very slowly. After using the time law, Zhao Feng's space-time eye bloodline technique became abnormally powerful. The heavily injured god, Lord Fire, Cloud's resistance was extremely weak. A good chance. All the upper echelon members of the spiritual race rejoiced and cheered at this sight. They hadn't expected Zhao Feng to have such a powerful space-time eye bloodline technique that could temporarily restrain god lords and catch them off guard. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that God, Lord Skyfire, was heavily injured and his strength had plummeted. Die. The spiritual race god, Lord, slashed out with his saber, unleashing layers of blue crystal that blotted out the sun. Gold-shattering slash. The Grand Elder unleashed countless dazzling golden crystals with a palm. Swish. These countless golden crystals were extremely sharp and fast, and they shot toward God, Lord Firecloud. On the other side, the Second Elder and Third Elder also used their own powerful attacks. At this moment, God, Lord Firecloud, was affected by space-time energy and had nowhere to hide. No matter how strong the remaining two blazing gold race god lords were, they could not stop the combined assault of the spiritual race, and they were also significantly injured. Boom! Bang! Crash! The blazing gold race patriarch and the other god lord were pushed back, and the remaining energy of the attacks descended upon God, Lord Firecloud. No. God, Lord Firecloud's face contorted in fear. Even when he was defeated by Zhao Feng, he had never been this afraid. This was because he knew that Zhao Feng could not kill him, but this time was different. He was facing the combined attacks of so many spiritual race experts. Kaboom! God, Lord Firecloud, did his utmost to resist the space-time energy, activating his body and using defensive techniques. At his side, one could faintly make out the blurry image of a fire divine kingdom. Not good. We can't save him. The two blazing gold race god lords sighed and retreated. Die. The saber in the spiritual race patriarch's hand flashed with divine light as he slashed out, creating a massive crystalline whirlpool. The blue crystalline whirlpool descended upon the heavily injured god, Lord Firecloud. A few moments later, his body was torn to shreds. At this point in the battle, a god lord had finally fallen. Continue the pursuit. The spiritual race god lord bellowed. They could not give the blazing gold race a chance to catch their breath. They had to storm the blazing gold race's base and pulverize everything. At this moment, the spiritual race army began its assault on the blazing gold race's territory. But before they could get very far, the spiritual race realized that the blazing gold race army had stopped in front of them. But a god lord with a powerful aura had appeared in the blazing gold race army. This god lord was shrouded in a layer of faint green light. He had a head of black hair and a dark green left eye that seemed to be the source of life. Stop! The spiritual race patriarch's face turned grave, but he did not act recklessly. This was because this god lord was the life-sacred land's god, Lord Verdant Origin. How about we end this war here? God, Lord Verdant Origin, calmly said. I trust that the sacred land knows of the grudge between our two races. If we easily spare the blazing gold race today, they will return in the future. The spiritual race patriarch's face chilled as he spoke. The blazing gold race remained silent. If the spiritual race continued to pursue, they might not be able to completely annihilate them, but they would be able to inflict massive damage on them. I represent the life-sacred land in giving your two races a solution. The blazing gold race will give up half of its territory and provide a large amount of resources as compensation. In the future, the spiritual race will not attack the blazing gold race. God, Lord Verdant Origin, said, and then he turned to the two patriarchs. What? The upper echelon members of the spiritual race grimaced, clearly not very satisfied with this proposal. After all, the spiritual race had won a major victory this time and could definitely sweep through the blazing gold race's territory. Once it was eradicated, it could take it for itself. The two god lords of the blazing gold race were overjoyed. This proposal was clearly biased toward the blazing gold race, but from the standpoint of the life-sacred land, this was only to be expected. In order to completely eradicate the blazing gold race, the spiritual race would have to be severely wounded. When the time came, the overall strength of the Xiling zone would plummet, and it would be looked down upon by the surrounding zones. Patriarch, this proposal isn't very good. The upper echelon members of the spiritual race began to converse. But if we oppose this proposal, it will be difficult to eradicate the blazing gold race, and the sacred land will be even more dissatisfied. The spiritual race patriarch hesitated. After a few moments of discussion, they finally reached a consensus. Okay. The spiritual race patriarch agreed to the life-sacred land's proposal. First of all, the compensation for ceding territory was rather large, so it was not completely unacceptable. Secondly, this would give the sacred land enough face. Moreover, the spiritual race was certain to grow stronger after the war, which would be beneficial to improving the relationship between the two sides. By forming a good relationship with the sacred land, they would have nothing to fear even if the blazing gold race returned in the future. Moreover, the spiritual race patriarch did not believe that the blazing gold race would ever have such a chance. At this time, the spiritual race had one more god lord than the blazing gold race, and they also had supreme geniuses like Zhao Yufei and Zhao Feng. They had also suffered fewer losses in the war. The chances of the blazing gold race taking revenge were too low. Chapter 1428. Under the will of the Holy Land, the two races stopped fighting and decided to negotiate for peace. As for the details of the peace talks, they would discuss them in detail another day. God, Lord Verdant Origin, does the sacred land have a way to undo the cursed words of death? The spiritual race patriarch called back God, Lord Verdant Origin, who was preparing to leave. The ancient witch race was the second-ranked forbidden race among the 10,000 primordial races. The 10,000 primordial races all knew how terrifying their various secret techniques were. The second elder had been afflicted by the cursed words of death. Even though the astrals had a way to temporarily suppress it, they could not completely remove it. In other words, the second elder would survive, but his strength, cultivation, and other aspects would slowly fade away. Cursed words of death. God, Lord Verdant Origin, focused his dark green eyes on the second elder. At that moment, pure life force flowed into the second elder's body. Second elder felt that the small wounds on his body were healed in just a blink of an eye. Even the big wounds were healed. At the same time, The corrosive speed of the cursed words of death suddenly slowed down. Suddenly, God Lord Verdant Origin stopped his eye of life. There's no other way. God Lord Verdant Origin shook his head. The upper echelons of the spirit race were slightly disappointed, even though they had expected this. If the Lord of Life were to take action, she would definitely be able to resolve the cursed words of death. The other god kings might be able to. God, Lord Verdant Origin, added. The Life Sovereign. Many of the members of the spiritual race were startled, their expressions filled with yearning. The Life God possessed the Life God Eye and was one of the gods of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. If he said that he had a way to undo the cursed words of death, everyone would believe him. But they didn't even know if the Life God was in the life sacred land, much less the price they had to pay to invite a god. Hee. The Blazing Gold Race patriarch coldly laughed. Their Blazing Gold Race had lost a god lord, and while the spiritual race's second elder was not dead, he had lost almost all of his potential and was constantly tormented by the curse. The battle between the two races came to an end, with the spirit race emerging victorious. After the war, they entered a period of rest and reorganization. The war between the two races affected a wide area, causing innumerable losses and casualties. First, the astrals needed to reorganize the forces under their jurisdiction. In addition, the spiritual race had obtained half of the Blazing Gold Race's territory, so they needed to take control of the factions in this land and reorganize themselves. While the two races were reorganizing themselves, the names of those who had performed brilliantly on the battlefield had already spread far and wide. Among them, there were many who were previously unknown, but in the end, they rose to power on the battlefield. There were even some who, due to certain fortuitous encounters, gained enlightenment and rapidly broke through. However, the most famous one was naturally Zhao Feng. He had killed countless upper echelon members of the Blazing Gold Race, killed their strongest half-step god lord, and even defeated god Lord Firecloud, reversing the course of the battle. Each of these honors was extremely difficult to obtain. Moreover, Zhao Feng had taken all the glory, adding on Zhao Feng's previous exploits. He had become one of the most eye-catching individuals in the Xiling Zone. Moreover, his temperament and appearance made Zhao Feng a god in the hearts of countless young women in the Xiling Zone. As soon as he returned to the spirit race, a noble and gorgeous woman in a purple robe greeted him. "Brother Feng, you're back." Zhao Yufei smiled sweetly. Her eyes were filled with love, and she couldn't help but hug him. In truth, Zhao Feng had returned to the spiritual race long ago, but the two had never met. As he felt the soft and warm body in his embrace, Zhao Feng's heart inexplicably moved, and he faintly smiled. The two then went to Zhao Feng's residence. "Yufei, I didn't think that you would obtain the legacy of the god martial race of the 10,000 ancient races." Zhao Feng was extremely gratified, although he didn't know what sort of legacy Zhao Yufei had obtained. In the last 10-some years, Zhao Yufei had broken through from rank 7 ancient god to peak rank 8 and was extremely close to rank 9. Zhao Feng soon learned that Zhao Yufei had not only obtained the legacy of the god martial race, but also a divine kingdom of the god martial race. In this divine kingdom, one could cultivate combat skills, comprehend intents, and increase one's cultivation with half the effort. Of course, this cultivation divine kingdom was the same as the space-time robe and had more time for cultivation. Besides that, Zhao Yufei had also obtained many natural treasures that could increase her mental energy level and comprehension ability. 1 month later, the spiritual race resumed its normal operations after the war. The spiritual race would also commend and reward those who had made outstanding contributions on the battlefield. Given Zhao Feng's achievements, it was no surprise that he was the last to be announced. Zhao Feng, in the war between the two races, he killed 12 half-step god lords, including the Blazing Gold Race's Elder Gene and several powerful half-step god lords. He also participated in the battle against god Lord Firecloud, where he single-handedly defeated god Lord Firecloud. Finally, in the pursuit, he displayed an outstanding performance, stopping God, Lord Firecloud, and causing his death. After the second elder finished reading, he was somewhat stunned. In truth, Zhao Feng had also killed peak rank 9 and rank 9 ancient gods, broken into a stronghold, and many other achievements, but because the list was too long, he only picked out the important ones. Countless people stared at Zhao Feng, their eyes filled with respect and envy. As for the rewards, Zhao Feng was directly promoted to the elder level, allowing him to enjoy many privileges, as well as precious resources and large amounts of contribution points. At the start, Zhao Feng didn't care much about the rewards and contribution points from the war. But after the war, the spoils and contribution points that Zhao Feng had accumulated attracted his attention. After killing 12 half-step god lords, Zhao Feng had obtained more than 10 supreme-quality divine artifacts and countless high-quality divine artifacts. There were also many other resources, pills, medicines, and strange treasures. Zhao Feng's interspatial dimension was practically stuffed to the brim. Fortunately, Zhao Feng had the Black Destruction Dragon and the team from the Ancient Dream Realm, so they were able to successfully take care of some of the useless resources. After organizing everything, Zhao Feng entered seclusion. In this battle, Zhao Feng had fought to his heart's content, using almost all the techniques he had at his disposal. He had even clashed with a god lord and gained much. After taking a few cultivation resources, Zhao Feng entered a state of cultivation. Because he had used the time law many times, his understanding of time had deepened, and his time intent had broken into level 8. His other intents had all received significant boosts, but his space intent remained at the peak of level 8. It seems like reaching level 9 intent isn't that easy to achieve. Zhao Feng wasn't too aggressive. Although it wasn't that easy, his space intent was already extremely close to level 9. Once it reached level 9, Zhao Feng could be considered a half-step godlord. While cultivating his intent, Zhao Feng was also comprehending the Chaos Origin combat skill and perfecting his eye bloodline technique. My origin energy seems to have gotten even purer. Zhao Feng sensed that his god's spiritual eye's origin energy was even purer than before. His mind entered the god eye dimension and saw that the dreamy silver ball was slowly spinning. But Zhao Feng noticed something suspicious. He remembered that the lines of the eye on the dreamy silver ball had originally been purely bright. But now, just like everywhere else, the lines were dyed with a dreamy color, making them abnormally dazzling and dazzling. This dreamy color had practically dyed the entire eye, leaving only a small line that was the same color as before. Just what does this mean? Zhao Feng was both confused and expectant. The god's spiritual eye's abilities could be described as heaven-defying. In particular, its use of origin energy could actually turn dreams into reality, turning the impossible into the possible. I need to study how to use the god's spiritual eye's origin energy. Suddenly, Zhao Feng thought of an excellent research subject. One day, Zhao Feng went to find the second elder. How is the cursed words of death in second elder's body? Zhao Feng asked in concern. Although it's temporarily suppressed, it's still not a solution. The second elder lamented. He had no need to hide this from Zhao Feng. Right, in a few days, the ancient desolate realm of God's divine kingdom trading ring will be holding a large-scale auction. If you have the need, you can go and take a look. The second elder seemed to think of something and immediately said, Divine Kingdom Trading Ring? This was the first time Zhao Feng had heard of this, but he didn't ask too much. He had come to find him this time because he had other matters. Second elder, can you let me see the cursed words of death in your body? Zhao Feng changed the topic. This was his goal, to use the cursed words of death as a test. Furthermore, he could use this chance to understand the cursed words of death. You have a way to get in contact with the cursed words of death. The second elder's expression shook as he stared at Zhao Feng. Since Zhao Feng had brought this up for no reason, he naturally began to think in this direction. However, when he thought about it, he felt that it was impossible. I won't hide it from you. This junior was also cursed in the past, and I was able to escape the cursed words of death through possession and rebirth. Even so, this junior has a certain understanding of it. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. When the second elder heard Zhao Feng say that he had also been cursed, his expression became even more excited, but then he calmed down. Possession and rebirth wasn't a good method, and it wasn't practical for the second elder. Okay, then, I'll let you try. The second elder agreed. Zhao Feng had been cursed by the cursed words of death before, so he definitely had a certain understanding of it. Moreover, the second elder also held onto a sliver of hope. Within the secret chamber, the second elder sat down cross-legged. Zhao Feng's left eye activated and completely saw through a portion of the second elder's divine body. Just what is the origin of this kid's eye bloodline? The second elder sensed the indistinct energy in Zhao Feng's left eye and couldn't help but think. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng was completely focused on inspecting the cursed words of death in the second elder's body. Those imperceptible black threads of bloody light covered every inch of the second elder's body. At the same time, Zhao Feng also discovered that an abnormally powerful and profound energy was suppressing the black threads of bloody light and preventing them from corroding further. I wonder if the abilities of my god's spiritual eye will be effective against the cursed words of death. Zhao Feng couldn't help but become excited. The cursed words of death were so terrifying that even the ancient race, the number one race of the 10,000 ancient races, feared them. There were very few methods to remove this curse, and it was extremely harsh. Zhao Feng's left eye focused on a small portion of the black threads of bloody light in the second elder's body. These black threads of bloody light were extremely thin. If not for Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye, he probably wouldn't have been able to see them. Disappear, disappear! This was the only thought in Zhao Feng's mind as he circulated his origin energy. BZZZZ. Within the God Eye dimension, the dreamy silver ball fiercely shook, and a dreamy mist of light seeped into the world. In a flash, wherever Zhao Feng looked, the countless black threads of bloody light were covered in a dreamy hue. A moment later, a tiny black thread of bloody light disappeared. Even more black threads of bloody light disappeared, but the origin energy in Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye was also rapidly fading. In comparison to the boundless black threads of bloody light in the second elder's body, the few threads that had disappeared were negligible. But as a god lord, the second elder was extremely aware of even the smallest changes in his body. When he sensed a small part of his divine body being relieved of a heavy burden, a sharp light flashed through the second elder's eyes. Chapter 1429. Success. Zhao Feng rejoiced. He hadn't expected for the god's spiritual eye to be able to erase the power of the cursed words of death. One had to realize that even the ancient race of the ancient era feared the power of the cursed words of death. This was even more proof of how special and extraordinary the god's spiritual eye was. Zhao Feng, what did you do just now? The second elder excitedly asked. Ordinary god lords could only temporarily suppress the power of the cursed words of death, but they were helpless against them. But just now, an extremely small part of the cursed words of death had inexplicably vanished. The second elder was sure that Zhao Feng had done all this, but after asking this question, the second elder felt that he had been rather rash. The value of a method that could suppress the cursed words of death was self-evident. Zhao Feng would never casually mention it. Moreover, Zhao Feng was no longer the junior of the past. He was a genius that could defeat god lords. Zhao Feng's current strength was no weaker than an ordinary god lord's, and he still had enormous potential. His future accomplishments could not be underestimated. Zhao Feng, do you have a way to remove the cursed words of death in my body? The second elder somewhat calmed down as he asked with a smile, "The cursed words of death are too difficult to deal with. Even though I used all my strength just now, I was only able to remove an extremely small part of them." Zhao Feng shook his head, a look of exhaustion on his face. In truth, just erasing a small part of the cursed words of death did not consume much energy. But if this matter were to get out, it would cause a massive uproar, so it was better to keep it a little hidden. Zhao Feng did not give a definite answer to the second elder's question. If Zhao Feng directly said that he was confident in removing it, it would be far too shocking. "It's fine. Just do your best." The second elder faintly smiled. He had no hope before, but now that Zhao Feng had not said it was impossible, there was still a sliver of hope. Thus, the second elder was already satisfied. Even if Zhao Feng could not completely remove the cursed words of death, he would definitely be able to weaken them. This way, the second elder would be able to lessen the torment the cursed words of death brought to the second elder. "I'll take my leave first. I'll go back and study it for a period of time before I come back to show it to you, elder." Zhao Feng bid farewell to the second elder. After returning to his residence, Zhao Feng did not study or prepare anything at all. Instead, he went into closed-door cultivation. After the previous battle, Zhao Feng's Chaos Heaven Void Ring had reached the point of perfection, and its defensive capabilities had greatly increased. When the Chaos Heaven Void technique breaks through to the 5th level, the Chaos Heaven Void Ring will be able to evolve into another powerful combat skill, the Chaos Heaven Black Hole. Zhao Feng was looking forward to it. The Chaos Heaven Black Hole wasn't just one level stronger than the Chaos Heaven Void Ring. It could even be considered a God, Lord level combat skill. Once it was activated, it could form a chaotic black hole that could devour all things. It could be used for both offense and defense. Now, Zhao Feng could only familiarize himself a little and could not start cultivating. A month later, he once again took the initiative to visit the second elder's residence. The second elder seemed to have been waiting for a long time. He went out to welcome him. "Zhao Feng, you're finally here. I wonder how your research on the cursed words of death has progressed?" The second elder asked with a smile. There's been some progress, so this junior hurried over," Zhao Feng solemnly said. The two then entered a secret chamber. Zhao Feng opened the god's spiritual eye and began to observe the cursed words of death in the second elder's body. This time he was in no rush to erase the power of the cursed words of death. Instead, he carefully observed them. Zhao Feng was well aware of the terror of the cursed words of death. Now that he had reached a sufficiently high level, and this power was right in front of him, he naturally had to carefully understand and study it to avoid falling for it in the future. The cursed words of death exist in an extremely unique form. It's somewhat similar to my realization ability. After observing it for a long time, Zhao Feng suddenly realized this point. The god's spiritual eye's realization ability was almost mystical. It was not a physical attack or a soul attack, but more like the power of thought. Thus, ordinary people found it hard to understand and were even more incapable of interfering. The cursed words of death were somewhat similar, but compared to the god's spiritual eye's realization ability, they were clearly inferior. "Zhao Feng, what's the situation?" The second elder couldn't help but ask. Last time, Zhao Feng had very quickly removed a small part of the cursed words of death, but this time a long time had passed without any reaction. "There's no rush," Zhao Feng softly said. After observing for a while longer, he used his origin energy to remove a small part of the cursed words of death from the second elder's body. Zhao Feng then left, a hint of exhaustion on his face. "Zhao Feng, this old man has troubled you with the cursed words of death. This is a small gift from this old man. Please accept it." The second elder took out an interspatial dimension. Zhao Feng did not stand on ceremony, taking the interspatial dimension and sending his divine sense into it. So many high-quality God crystals, at least 200,000. Zhao Feng's face froze. One high-quality God crystal was equivalent to 10,000 low-quality God crystals, and now the second elder was giving him 200,000 high-quality God crystals. One had to realize that even the wealth of a rank 9 ancient god wouldn't be worth 100,000 high-quality God crystals. Of course, someone of Zhao Feng's wealth naturally wouldn't care about 200,000 high-quality God crystals. Besides 200,000 high-quality God crystals, there was also a supreme quality divine artifact of decent quality and several intent cultivation resources. The second elder knew that Zhao Feng was cultivating the Chaos Heaven Void origin technique, so the intent cultivation resources he had given him involved many intents. That's right. Are you interested in the Divine Kingdom Trading Ring in a year? The second elder asked. Divine Kingdom Trading Ring? Zhao Feng remembered that the second elder had mentioned it to him before, but he had other matters to attend to at the time and hadn't paid much attention to it. Seeing Zhao Feng's confused expression, the second elder recalled that Zhao Feng had only become an ancient god 10-some years ago, so he probably didn't know much about the Divine Kingdom Trading Ring. The Divine Kingdom Trading Ring is the #1 trading faction of the ancient, desolate realm of gods, and only ancient gods have the right to enter. The second elder explained to Zhao Feng. The ancient, desolate realm of gods was vast and had many trading factions, but the Divine Kingdom Trading Ring was known as the #1 trading faction in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Its strength and resources could not be underestimated. Moreover, only ancient gods were allowed to enter the Divine Kingdom Trading Ring. The Divine Kingdom Trading Ring holds an auction every 20 years. Apparently, this auction will be unprecedentedly grand. Quite a few extinct treasures from the ancient era will appear, and treasures for breaking through to the God-Lord level will also appear. There will even be special treasures from some powerful races of the ancient era. I even heard that there will be an ancestral artifact fragment this time. The second elder's tone was rather excited. A treasure for breaking through to the God-Lord level? What ancestral artifact fragment? Zhao Feng rejoiced and then paled in fright. He had an ancestral artifact fragment on him, so he naturally understood how precious it was, and even an ancestral artifact fragment would appear in the Divine Kingdom Trading Ring's auction this time. That's right. The Divine Kingdom Trading Ring is a high-end trading ring in the central region of the ancient desolate realm of gods, but the appearance of an ancestral artifact fragment has caused God, lords of other zones, to hurry over. The second elder was also rather excited. The highest level divine weapons in the ancient desolate realm of gods were not supreme quality divine artifacts, but supreme ancestral artifacts. But ancestral artifacts were just a legend. They were so rare that they could be compared to the 8 great god eyes and god kings. Ancestral artifact fragments were a little more realistic. If a god lord obtained an ancestral artifact fragment, they would be able to dominate those of the same level and become an outstanding god lord in the future. I'll go take a look when the time comes. Zhao Feng was instantly interested in the Divine Kingdom Trading Ring that the second elder spoke of. Moreover, he had accumulated far too many useless items in the previous war. When he entered the Divine Kingdom Trading Ring, he could sell them all or auction them off. Similarly, a high-level trading ring like the Divine Kingdom Trading Ring would probably have all sorts of treasures. Zhao Feng would be able to buy some of the items he needed. In addition, Zhao Feng was also worrying about how he would become a god lord in the future. The process of becoming a god lord from an ancient god was at least 100 times more difficult than going from a true god to an ancient god. There were even some half-step god lords who spent hundreds of millions of years preparing for their breakthrough, only to fail in the end. Moreover, if one failed to become a god lord, the divine stages in one's body would be heavily injured, and it was very common for them to be destroyed. In the best case, only one divine stage would be destroyed, but in the worst case, all 9 divine stages would be destroyed, and everything would return to the starting point. After learning all this, Zhao Feng placed great importance on this matter, and the second elder had just said that the auction of the divine kingdom trading ring 1 year from now would have treasures that could help one become a god lord. How could Zhao Feng miss out on this chance? In the following period of time, he would come to the second elder's place to help him undo the cursed words of death. 8 months later, only 50% of the cursed words of death remained in the second elder's body. With his god lord level strength, suppressing the remaining cursed words of death was extremely easy. If Zhao Feng had the time, he could slowly erase them all. Zhao Feng, you can be said to be the greatest benefactor of my life, haha. The second elder heartily laughed. On the battlefield, if Zhao Feng had not defeated God Lord Firecloud, the second elder might have been killed. But this time, Zhao Feng had undone a portion of the cursed words of death, saving his life once more. You're too kind, too kind. Zhao Feng politely said. He had saved the second elder's life twice in a row, making the second elder extremely grateful to Zhao Feng, essentially owing him a favor. A favor from a god, lord, might be of some use at a crucial moment. In addition, the upper echelon of the spiritual race kept the fact that Zhao Feng had helped him undo the cursed words of death a secret. And over the last year, Zhao Feng and the second elder had a close relationship. This made Zhao Feng the #1 member of the spiritual race below the 3 god lords. Zhao Feng, there are still a few more months until the auction of the divine kingdom trading ring. You need to prepare some god crystals. Don't miss out on what you need and regret it for the rest of your life. The second elder teasingly said, anyone who entered the divine kingdom trading ring, even the wealthiest person, would feel like they didn't have enough god crystals. Several months later, Zhao Feng and the second elder prepared to go to the divine kingdom trading ring. Accompanying them was Zhao Yufei and some of the ancient gods of the older generation of the spiritual race. Half a month later, they arrived at the life-sacred land. The entrance to the divine kingdom trading ring was set up in the sacred land of each zone. The entrance fee is 10,000 high-quality god crystals. The receptionist of the divine kingdom trading ring warmly smiled. 10,000 high-quality god crystals. Zhao Feng couldn't help but take in a deep breath. One had to be an ancient god to enter the divine kingdom trading ring, but even the entire wealth of an ordinary rank 7 ancient god wouldn't be worth 10,000 high-quality god crystals. Chapter 1430. The entrance fee to the divine kingdom trading ring was 10,000 high-quality god crystals. This meant that an ordinary rank 7 ancient god wouldn't be able to get in even if they sold themselves. Moreover, the high-end items being auctioned here were easily worth more than 100,000 high-quality god crystals. Even an ordinary ancient god would only be able to look at them. After paying the high-grade divine crystals, the group from the spirit tribe entered a gray stone door and arrived at a separate divine kingdom. Beautiful mountains and clear waters greeted their eyes, and the environment was elegant. All sorts of gorgeous buildings could be seen scattered about. Although the entrance fee of the Divine Kingdom Trading Center was very high, there were still many people coming and going inside. It was very lively. The majority of these people were rank 9 ancient gods. Rank 8 ancient gods were extremely rare, and there were almost no rank 7 ancient gods. There seems to be more people in the Divine Kingdom Trading Ring this time. The second elder emotionally said. He had come here many times and was rather familiar with the situation. Spiritual Race God Lord. The arrival of the Spiritual Race group immediately stunned the nearby crowd. I heard that the Xiling Zone's Spiritual Race and Blazing Gold Race fought a war, and in the end, the Spiritual Race emerged victorious. It probably won't be long before the Spiritual Race becomes the #1 5-star faction of the Xiling Zone. Wait, I heard that the Spiritual Race's second elder has been afflicted by the cursed words of death. He probably came here to find a way to cure it. Did you hear? The spiritual race won because a peak rank 9 junior called Zhao Feng managed to turn the tide and heavily wound a god lord. You must be joking. A peak rank 9 couldn't even take one blow from a god lord. The recent battle between the spiritual race and blazing gold race had not only become a hot topic of discussion in the Xiling zone, but even the neighboring zones had some understanding of it. Quite a few people were already staring at Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei. The auction will be held in 3 days. Before that, all of you can take a look around. The second elder said to the spiritual race group. After giving out these orders, the second elder left. The members of the spiritual race went about their own business. Meow. The little thieving cat jumped out of the interspatial dimension and began to dance around, indicating that there were many treasures in this place. Yufei, you obtained the legacy of the God Martial race and are also the number 1 core disciple of the spiritual race. You shouldn't be lacking anything, right? Zhao Feng asked. I don't lack anything at the moment. I'm mainly interested in this place. Maybe I can find something I need or like here. Zhao Yufei giggled and held Zhao Feng's arm. Let's go to the auction house first. Zhao Feng said directly. The Divine Kingdom Trade Fair had always been running. Here, one could trade for almost anything they needed, including cultivation methods, heavenly treasures, spiritual pets, etc. But normally, very few people would pay such a huge price to come here. Basically, every time an auction started, there would be such a grand occasion. As for Zhao Feng, he had accumulated quite a number of treasures, divine weapons and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It just so happened that he could sell them through this auction. The Divine Nation's most famous auction house was a purple gold palace. It was gorgeous and noble, reaching into the clouds. After entering, Zhao Feng entrusted all the extra supreme-grade divine artifacts and precious materials in his possession. Dear customer, according to the item you have entrusted, you can enjoy the VIP position in the auction. A beautiful woman said with a smile. The VIP position was a private room, and people outside could not see what was going on inside. Zhao Feng was rather surprised. Although the items he had entrusted weren't too precious, there were many of them, so he was given the privilege of being a VIP. Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei had just left the auction house. 2 figures walked out from another exit. Your Excellency, why are we auctioning off such precious items? A man with a ramrod straight figure and a pair of gloomy eyes that made him seem like a wraith softly asked. The items they had just entrusted were all the major research results of factions similar to the Heavenly Demon Hall. Humph, what's the point in keeping these worthless things? A white-haired elder coldly snorted. That's Zhao Feng. The man's expression suddenly froze, and he couldn't help but blurt out, Ancient God Netherspring. Zhao Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected to run into Ancient God Netherspring of the Heavenly Demon Hall in the auction house. And standing next to Ancient God Netherspring was none other than God Lord Heavenly Solitude, who had taken away the Heavenly Demon Hall last time. Back then, God Lord Heavenly Solitude had left an extremely deep impression on Zhao Feng. But this time, Zhao Feng realized that he still couldn't see through God Lord Heavenly Solitude. Deish! The little thieving cat blinked away into the interspatial dimension. God Lord Heavenly Solitude's eyes flashed, and then he turned to Zhao Feng with killing intent. Back then, Zhao Feng had taken the Heaven's legacy cat from right under his nose, leaving him furious. Your Excellency, this is the Divine Kingdom Trading Ring. Ancient God Netherspring messaged. Fighting was not permitted in the Divine Kingdom Trading Ring. The organizers of the Divine Kingdom Trading Ring were no weaker than ordinary sacred lands, and they had close relationships with many sacred lands, so they were extremely intimidating. Even a god lord would be severely punished if they recklessly attacked in this place. Junior, if you hand over that cat, we won't bother you in the future. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude slowly said, "You're talking about the Heavens Legacy Cat." Zhao Feng faintly smiled as he pointed out the truth. "Since you know, then state your price. Give me the Heavens Legacy Cat." God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude's eyes darkened as he suddenly lowered his voice. Although the Heavens Legacy Cat was a top secret of the Heavens Legacy race, that didn't mean that no one knew about it. And the Divine Kingdom trading ring was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. If other god lords learned of the Heavens Legacy Cat, things would get even more troublesome. Moreover, he was confident that as long as he could offer a price that tempted Zhao Feng would definitely hand over the hot potato that was the Heavens Legacy Cat. 100 million supreme quality god crystals. Zhao Feng chuckled. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude, and ancient god Netherspring were instantly struck dumb. Good. Zhao Feng, you will regret this. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude's face chilled as he left with ancient god Netherspring. In the ancient desolate realm of gods, supreme quality god crystals were far rarer than supreme quality divine artifacts. Ordinary god lords would only have a small number of damaged supreme quality god crystals. A complete supreme quality god crystal was something that not even the wealthiest sacred land in the ancient desolate realm of gods could produce. Not even the wealthiest sacred land in the ancient desolate realm of gods could produce 100 million supreme quality god crystals. Zhao Feng's astronomical price clearly meant that he didn't want to sell. Send someone to keep a close eye on Zhao Feng. Once he leaves the spiritual race, immediately inform me. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude messaged ancient god Netherspring. In truth, ever since Zhao Feng returned to the Xiling Zone, God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude had been keeping an eye on Zhao Feng's movements. However, the Blazing Gold race was in a war with the spiritual race, and the Life Sacred Land was still watching, so he naturally could not interfere. Yes. Ancient god Netherspring's eyes glimmered. He hadn't expected that in just a few short decades, Zhao Feng's strength had already far surpassed his own. But Zhao Feng had offended the Heavenly Demon Hall and the faction behind it. He was doomed. Brother Feng? Who were those two just now? Zhao Yufei worriedly asked. That god lord was clearly unfathomable. She hadn't expected for Zhao Feng to have unknowingly offended such a terrifying existence. This made Zhao Yufei rather worried. They want to steal the little thieving cat. Zhao Feng wasn't sure about the other party's identity, so he only gave the gist of it. Zhao Yufei naturally knew who the little thieving cat was, and from the conversation just now, she understood that the little thieving cat's true identity was the Heaven's Legacy Cat. For a god lord to care so much about it, the little thieving cat was probably extremely valuable. Meow. The little thieving cat jumped out, puffing out its chest and head to show that it was a priceless treasure. The two of them strolled through the Divine Kingdom trading ring, while Zhao Feng bought quite a few intent cultivation resources. Besides that, they also went to the treasure raiding zone. The items here were of varying quality and were rather messy. Many of them were just to make up the numbers. But with Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye and the little thieving cat's abilities, the two of them managed to find quite a few valuable items. 3 days later, the auction was about to begin. A handsome man with dreamy silver hair and a beautiful woman with crystalline skin wearing violet clothes entered the auction house, instantly attracting the attention of countless people. These two were naturally Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei. The two of them entered the VIP section of the upper echelons, leaving the line of sight of the crowd. After around an hour, the auction officially began. The entire auction house was pitch black, with only the circular auction stage in the center flashing with dazzling light. Although it was pitch black, Zhao Feng could sense the auras of many god lords in this massive auction house, some of them even close to the level of the spiritual race patriarch. On the auction stage was a white-robed, half-step god lord elder, and next to him was a beautiful rank 9 ancient godwoman. The Divine Kingdom auction officially begins. The white-robed elder had a smile on his face as his bright and clear voice resounded. The beautiful rank 9 ancient godwoman next to him took out a jade box from her interspatial dimension and opened it. Inside was a translucent dark green fruit that exuded thick ripples of divine power. The Life Spirit Heaven Pearl fruit contains vast amounts of pure divine power that can greatly increase an ancient god's cultivation. It's extremely useful to ancient gods below peak rank 9, and the divine power it produces is extremely pure. It will not cause one's foundation to become unstable. The white-robed elder gave a comprehensive introduction. The Life Spirit Heaven Pearl fruit was of extremely high quality, and coupled with the fact that it was a resource that could help one break through in cultivation, there was a huge demand for it. The eyes of almost all the rank 9 ancient gods flashed. Quite a few god lords were also very interested in this resource. Perhaps their descendants or disciples just so happened to need it. The starting price of the Life Spirit Heaven Pearl fruit is 100,000 high-quality god crystals. Each increment must be no less than 10,000. The white-robed elder faintly smiled. The moment he finished speaking, someone in the auction house raised the price. I bid 130,000, 150,000, 180,000. A few moments later, the price of the Life Spirit Heaven Pearl fruit had reached 300,000. A fruit that could help one break through to an ancient god had been raised to 300,000 high-quality god crystals. But its true value was only around 230,000 high-quality god crystals. I bid 310,000. At this moment, a calm and steady voice spoke up. The eyes of the surrounding people turned to look at him. In addition, this voice also gave Zhao Feng a slight fright. His gaze pierced through the darkness to the source of the voice, and he saw youth with an ordinary appearance but an extraordinary aura. This person was none other than Xan Wuheng. I didn't think that Xan Wuheng would also come here. Zhao Feng was rather surprised. Logically speaking, the zones covered by the Divine Kingdom trading ring only reached the Yangling Zone, where the space-time sacred land was located. It did not include the Chixing Zone. Xan Wuheng might have come here because some of the items in this Divine Kingdom trading ring had attracted his attention. Is that Xan Wuheng? Zhao Yufei's eyes glimmered. Zhao Yufei had not seen Xan Wuheng in a long time, so she was only a little suspicious. Correct. Zhao Feng nodded. The three of them had all come from Sun Feather City. They hadn't expected for the three of them to meet once more in the ancient, desolate realm of gods, in the Divine Kingdom auction house. He's already a god lord. Zhao Yufei was rather surprised. Yes, Xan Wuheng had already broken into the god lord level, and he was someone that many ancient god experts in the auction house were paying attention to. Chapter 1431. Now that a god lord had taken action, the ancient god experts who had been bidding began to shrink back. None of the god lords of the ancient desolate realm of gods were simple, and Xan Wuheng looked extremely young, meaning that his background was definitely not simple. Moreover, this price was already far above the value of the Life Spirit Heaven Pearl fruit. In addition, the auction had only just begun, and there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be another item with the same effect. Suddenly, a hoarse and mocking voice rang out. 320,000! Everyone couldn't help but look over. The mysterious person who had bid 320,000 was shrouded in a pitch-black fog, making it impossible to make out his figure. But everyone around him could sense a sinister and terrifying energy that made them shiver in fear. Quite a few people in the Divine Kingdom trading ring would change their appearance and aura, or even completely conceal themselves, such as this mysterious person shrouded in black fog. Zhao Feng couldn't help but focus his left eye. This mysterious bidder was clearly hostile to Xan Wuheng. His left eye quickly made out the figure in the black fog. God, Lord, evil spirit. Zhao Feng couldn't help but blurt out. As it turned out, the person competing with Xan Wuheng was a god lord of ancient Soul Hall, the same god lord evil spirit that Zhao Feng and Xan Wuheng had forced back. 330,000. Xan Wuheng's expression darkened as he continued to raise the price. 340,000. 350,000. Xan Wuheng's face was dark and sullen, and he refused to back down, appearing determined to win. For 100,000. God, Lord, evil spirit, wickedly chuckled. After a few moments of hesitation, he continued to raise the price. In his view, Xan Wuheng was in a fit of rage, and the giant god race was extremely thirsty for this resource and would not easily give it up. But to his surprise, since you like it, I'll let you have it. Xan Wuheng suddenly calmed down and faintly smiled. This, God, Lord, evil spirit, was instantly struck dumb. He had originally wanted to raise the price so that Xan Wuheng would suffer a loss. He hadn't expected Xan Wuheng to just give up. It was now apparent that Xan Wuheng's expression just now had been an act. And now he had obtained the Life Spirit Heaven Pearl Fruit at such a high price. Congratulations to guest 405 for obtaining the Life Spirit Heaven Pearl Fruit for the high price of 400,000. The white-robed old man on the auction stage said with a smile. The Life Heavenly Jewel Fruit was only the appetizer of the auction. It was only worth around 200,000 high-grade divine crystals, but it had been sold for 400,000. This was already very surprising. Following that, the second and third items were all rare materials. Although they were not as valuable as the Life Spirit Heavenly Pearl Fruit, they were still extremely precious. The next item up for auction is the Blazing Cloud Divine Saber. It's not bad even amongst supreme quality divine artifacts. It contains the pure energy of golden flames and possesses incredible offensive power. It comes from the 21st ranked blazing gold race. The white-robed old man introduced. Zhao Feng's eyes flickered. The Ardent Cloud Divine Saber was one of the better quality divine weapons among the many supreme-grade divine weapons he had auctioned. Even so, the Blazing Cloud Divine Saber was a level lower than the 9 Lightning soul-refining mirror, while the space-time robe in Zhao Feng's hand was of a higher level. Damn it, this is the Ardent Cloud Divine Saber. In front of the auction house, a woman's angry voice came from a ball of blazing flames. A blazing gold race god lord. Zhao Feng's left eye pierced through the golden flames and saw the charming old woman within. The blazing gold race had a total of 3 god lords. God Lord Fire Cloud was already dead, leaving only the old woman and the patriarch. The starting price of the supreme quality divine artifact, the Blazing Cloud Divine Saber, is 1 million. Each bid must be no less than 10,000. The white-robed old man announced. I bid 1,020,000. 104. 1,100,000. 1,500,000. There were many cultivators of the metal and fire Tao, so even though the Blazing Cloud Divine Saber was not of high quality, it was still very popular. A little while later, the price of this supreme quality divine artifact reached 1,500,000, and it was still rising. At this moment, the blazing gold race god Lord stood up. Everyone, let this divine artifact go to this old woman for 2 million. The old woman's voice was sweet and pleasant, and she exuded a scorching god Lord energy. A supreme quality divine artifact like the Blazing Cloud Divine Saber was only worth around 1,700,000, but the blazing gold race god Lord's bid of 2 million was already higher than the divine artifact itself. This request was not excessive. Moreover, she had intentionally released her god Lord energy, so that she could take back the divine artifact of the blazing gold race for a relatively low price. When a god lord expert made such a request, the average person would give them some face. Moreover, the auction had just begun, and there were bound to be many more supreme quality divine artifacts, so the majority of people had given up on bidding. 2,100,000. Zhao Feng faintly smiled as he lowered his voice to prevent the old woman from guessing his identity. 2,150,000. The old woman's eyes chilled. The blazing gold race had suffered grievous losses in the middle and upper echelon members of the blazing gold race. The blazing cloud divine saber was extremely important to the blazing gold race, and the blazing cloud divine saber had originally come from the blazing gold race. In addition, she was a god lord, and yet the other party still continued to compete despite her words. This made her somewhat displeased, and she was even less willing to give in. 2,200,000. Zhao Feng immediately increased the price. Brother Feng, you're so bad. Zhao Yufei's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she smiled. She naturally knew that this item had been entrusted by Zhao Feng. Haha, that bidder is a god lord of the blazing gold race, or else I wouldn't have done something like this. Zhao Feng chuckled, and then he made another bid. 2,400,000. 2,500,000. The old woman was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She wanted nothing more than to rush up and see just who was competing with her. Earlier, she had guessed that the bidder really did need this divine artifact. But now, she was sure that the bidder had enmity for her and was intentionally raising the price. I probably didn't expose my identity. The old woman had a pensive look on her face. She had also changed her voice when she bid. This time, after the old woman raised the price, Zhao Feng did not continue. Enough was enough. Intentionally raising the price had its risks. If the old woman suddenly decided not to take it like Xan Wuheng did, the one losing out would be Zhao Feng. Just like that, the old woman sold the divine artifact that belonged to the blazing gold race for 2,500,000 high-quality god crystals. Don't be in such a rush. There's still a lot more to come. In the VIP section, Zhao Feng gave a dazzling smile. The supreme quality divine artifacts he had entrusted to Zhao Feng had almost all come from half-step god lords of the blazing gold race. There were many kinds of items up for auction, including pet combat skills, pills, and map fragments. Quite a few of these items had a final price higher than the blazing cloud divine saber. The next item up for auction is one of the most precious treasures for comprehending time intent, the Moonlight Sky Bamboo. This treasure contains pure time essence. After consuming it, one can absorb this time essence and slowly comprehend time intent. Moreover, it can also increase the user's ability to comprehend time intent. The plain-robed elder loudly said. In the VIP section, Zhao Feng's expression flickered. If his guess wasn't wrong, this Moonlight Sky Bamboo had probably been entrusted to him. Zhao Feng had obtained several stalks of Moonlight Sky Bamboo back in the damaged ancient castle, but he had already used the Moonlight Sky Bamboo before. So if he used it a second time, its medicinal effects would decrease. Thus, he had entrusted one stalk to someone else. Zhao Feng couldn't help but wonder what price the Moonlight Sky Bamboo would fetch. The Moonlight Sky Bamboo is actually such a precious time intent cultivation resource. It just so happens that my time intent has reached a bottleneck. If I can obtain this Moonlight Sky Bamboo, I'll definitely be able to reach a higher level. The appearance of the Moonlight Sky Bamboo tempted many of the experts present, including the god lords. Although its value and quality were far inferior to a supreme quality divine artifact like the Blazing Cloud Divine Saber, it was extremely rare and in high demand, making it extremely popular. Time intent countered almost all other intents. Although it was very difficult to cultivate, Some ancient gods and god lords would attempt to comprehend it after reaching a certain level of cultivation. Moreover, the moonlight sky bamboo could increase one's ability to comprehend time intent. Even someone with no talent in this Tao would be able to improve after consuming the moonlight sky bamboo. In addition, anyone who had just become a true god would be able to walk the Tao of time after consuming the moonlight sky bamboo. In the future, they would definitely become an expert skilled in time energy. The starting price of the moonlight sky bamboo is 600,000. Each bid must be increased by no less than 10,000. The white-robed elder announced. 620,000. I bid 630,000. 650,000. A few moments later, the price of the moonlight sky bamboo had reached 800,000. The number of people bidding far surpassed the number of other items up for auction. Moreover, 8 god lords were bidding, including God Lord Evil Spirit. 1 million. At this moment, a wizened and calm voice came from the VIP room across from Zhao Feng. To his surprise, Zhao Feng found this voice rather familiar. God, Lord Verdant Origin. After thinking for a few moments, Zhao Feng remembered. God, Lord Verdant Origin, was the God Lord of the life sacred land who had the blazing gold race negotiate with the spiritual race. Zhao Feng would not recklessly use his see-through ability to spy on the people in the VIP room, lest he provoke unnecessary trouble. God, Lord Verdant Origin, the life sacred land. Everyone in the auction house was a reputable expert, and many of them were rather familiar with God, Lord Verdant Origin, so they were able to immediately guess at his identity. Damn, it's actually the life sacred land. A half-step god, Lord Rank 9, gave up on the moonlight sky bamboo after a few moments. The entrances to the Divine Kingdom trading ring were spread across 5 zones, and the Xiling zone was one of them, with the life sacred land taking action. Some of the bidders in the Xiling zone gave up. There were also some experts from other zones who were somewhat reluctant to part with the moonlight sky bamboo and prepared to bid. But at this moment, a deep and wicked voice came from a VIP room not far from God, Lord Verdant Origin. 1 million. For someone to immediately bid against the life sacred land and raise the price by 100,000 high-quality god crystals left many people in the auction house stunned. And they couldn't help but speculate about the faction in that VIP room. Could it be someone from the Antean Zone's fallen heaven, sacred land? It's very possible. The life sacred land and fallen heaven, sacred land, have never gotten along. Quite a few people in the auction house whispered to each other. 2 million. God, Lord Verdant Origin calmly raised the price by 100,000. At almost the same time, that wicked voice resounded. 3 million. Haha, the people from the life sacred land aren't even bothering to hide their bids. They're truly looking down on the fallen heaven, sacred land. Inside the VIP stand, a slender middle-aged man with many black stripes on his fair skin said with a low chuckle, "If they want the moonlight sky bamboo, they'll have to pay at least double the price." A black-robed woman next to him said with a smile, 6 million. 65 million. At this moment, this price had far surpassed the original value of the moonlight sky bamboo. I didn't think that the item I put up for auction would be so popular. In the VIP room, Zhao Feng was delighted. Chapter 1432. At this moment, the price of the moonlight sky bamboo had long ago surpassed its original value. But this was not the end. 8 million. The fallen heaven's sacred lands, people, continued to call out. The price of this moonlight sky bamboo had reached the level of a supreme quality divine artifact. Heavens, these two sides are truly at loggerheads, neither willing to give in. Haha, I wonder who will win in the end. Many people in the auction house were waiting to watch this show. A single moonlight sky bamboo, worth less than 1 million, was now being sold for an astronomical price of 8 million. Okay, In the guest stand, Zhao Feng was elated. He didn't think that his entrusted item would be so popular. If his other entrusted items could be sold for a good price, he would definitely be able to sell them for a good price. If he could sell the other items for a decent price, Zhao Feng might even be able to sell them all. Haha, the life-sacred land is still the same as ever, thinking too highly of itself. It seems like it won't easily retreat. The white-skinned man with black tattoos from the fallen heaven sacred land sneered. 9 million. He continued to bid. God, Lord Verdant Origin's expression chilled. If this continued, even if he obtained the Moonlight Sky Bamboo, it would be a massive loss. But he had taken a fancy to this precious material first. If he gave it to the fallen heaven's sacred land, he would be losing face for the life-sacred land. At this moment, everyone, this Moonlight Sky Bamboo, 2 million high-quality god crystals. How about giving it to this old man? An elderly voice came from the rightmost room, echoing through the auction house for a long time. What powerful space-time energy! Who is this person? Everyone in the auction house immediately began to speculate. From this person's tone, he was at least on the same level as the god lords of the two sacred lands. Coupled with his profound space-time intent, he was undoubtedly a god lord of the space-time sacred land. Okay, I'll give the Moonlight Sky Bamboo to Senior Void Spirit. God, Lord Verdant Origin smiled. Since God, Lord Void Spirit, has spoken, this junior will not compete. The fallen heaven's sacred lands people also compromised. Their primary target was the life-sacred land. Now that the life-sacred land had given up, they naturally couldn't compete with the space-time sacred land's god, Lord Void Spirit. In the rightmost room, a weathered elder in a gray-white robe had a calm expression on his face. Next to him was an icy woman with exquisite features. Luo Ling, with this Moonlight Sky Bamboo, your strength will improve further. God, Lord Void Spirit, spoke with great concern to the woman next to him. Don't worry, Master. I won't let you down. Ancient God Luo Ling's eyes flashed with determination. The other side. Haha, 2 million high-grade divine crystals. Zhao Feng couldn't help but laugh heartily. That Moonlight Sky Bamboo was not of much use to him, but now it was auctioned for a high price of 2 million. After the Moonlight Sky Bamboo was auctioned off, the auction house also auctioned off a few other time-profound cultivation materials. 70% of this batch of time-profound cultivation resources were entrusted by Zhao Feng. Although these time-power materials weren't as precious as the Moonlight Sky Bamboo, their quality was still very high. They were rarely seen in the outside world, so they were sold for a very high price. The majority of them were bought by the other half-step god lords of the space-time sacred land. Heaven's Soul Feather Spirit Stone. It can purify the soul and strengthen the soul. It's a divine stone that causes the soul to transform. It has a certain effect on even the souls of half-step god lords. The white-robed elder said with a smile, treasures that could strengthen the soul were incomparably precious. For many races, increasing one's cultivation was relatively easy, but increasing one's soul level was extremely difficult. A treasure that can increase one's soul level. Zhao Feng was rather tempted. A few days ago, his soul intent had just reached the half-step God Lord level, and he still hadn't had time to consolidate it. If he could obtain a Heaven Soul Feather Spirit Stone, his soul intent would be completely consolidated, and he might even be able to establish a foundation for breaking into the God Lord level. The starting price of the Heaven Soul Feather Spirit Stone is 700,000 high-quality God crystals. Each bid must be no less than 10,000. As soon as he finished speaking, several people started bidding for it. 720,000, 730,000, 760,000. The demand for this sort of treasure was far too common. So many people were fighting over it. even Xian Wuheng, God, Lord, Evil Spirit, and the spiritual race's second elder were participating. Besides them, there were also experts from 5-star factions of other zones. The price of the Heaven Soul Feather Spirit stone quickly rose to 1 per million. Gradually, the majority of people began to withdraw from the auction. After all, only half-step god lords or peak rank 9s could use this treasure to its fullest potential. Moreover, 1 per million was already very high. 1 per million 420,000. A half-step god lord of the space-time sacred land also joined in. 1 per million 460,000. God, Lord Evil Spirit, had not given up and was still bidding. He had come here not just to bid for a treasure for himself, but also to obtain some useful treasures for his race. 5 million. The life-sacred land's god, Lord Verdant Origin, called out. This sort of treasure with such a common demand was even more popular than the moonlight, sky bamboo. 53 million. Zhao Feng made a bid. He had no lack of high-quality god crystals, but he wasn't very willing to compete with the sacred land factions present. At this moment, almost all the sacred lands of the 5 zones had 1 or 2 people interested in the Heaven Soul Feather Spirit Stone. You won't get it. The old woman of the blazing gold race coldly laughed. Zhao Feng had repeatedly ruined her plans, so she should have been arguing with Zhao Feng this time. But seeing that the 5 sacred lands and many other 5-star factions were all fighting over this treasure, she did not participate. The price of the Heaven Soul Feather Spirit stone quickly rose to 7 million. This was an extremely high price, and the majority of people had already given up. 73 million. Zhao Feng continued to bid. Who's in that VIP box? He still hasn't given up even at this time. Does he plan to compete with the 5 sacred lands? Quite a few people in the auction house turned to Zhao Feng's room in confusion. Bzzz. At this moment, a powerful divine sense swept into Zhao Feng's room, startling him and Zhao Yufei. Although the room had an isolating effect, the divine sense of a second heaven god lord was extremely powerful and could easily penetrate it. It's you? God, Lord Verdant Origin, called out in surprise. God, Lord Verdant Origin, was a second heaven god lord of a sacred land and could be considered an expert here. So he naturally had no fear and used his divine sense to check Zhao Feng's identity. It is this junior, Zhao Feng messaged. The peace negotiations weren't very fair to the spiritual race. I won't compete for the Heaven Soul Feather Spirit stone anymore. God, Lord Verdant Origin messaged, and then he gave up on bidding. Zhao Feng was rather surprised. He hadn't expected for God, Lord Verdant Origin, to give up after learning his identity. Although God, Lord Verdant Origin had explained the reason, he hadn't paid any attention to the spiritual race experts. It seemed like God, Lord Verdant Origin favored Zhao Feng. The life-sacred land's god, Lord Verdant Origin's decision to give up left even more experts astonished. From the looks of it, the people inside are definitely not ordinary people. Some people even guessed that there was at least a second heaven god lord inside. God, Lord Verdant Origin, had just given up on bidding when another powerful divine sense swept over. The space-time sacred land. Zhao Feng's eyes focused on the rightmost room. A young man, peak rank 9? God, Lord Void Spirit, was rather surprised. At the start, he also believed that Zhao Feng was at least a god lord or someone from a sacred land. Otherwise, why would God, Lord Verdant Origin, have given up? Luo Ling, I spend most of my time in seclusion and don't know much about the outside world. Do you know anything about this person? God, Lord Void, Spirit, manifested Zhao Feng's appearance. It's him? God, Lord Luo Ling stared at Zhao Feng's appearance in surprise. Oh, it seems like this kid has quite the background. God, Lord Void, Spirit, faintly smiled. He had a deep understanding of his disciple. How could an ordinary peak rank 9 make ancient god Luoling so shocked? Master, this person is called Zhao Feng, a genius of the spiritual race. It's rumored that he directly broke into rank 6, and this disciple is indebted to him. Ancient god Luoling truthfully replied. Upon returning to the space-time sacred land, she had investigated Zhao Feng's background. Directly became a rank 6 ancient god? God, Lord Void Spirit, was slightly moved. Even the quasi-god prodigies of sacred lands rarely broke through to rank 6. Forget it. Your master is bidding for this treasure for your sake. God, Lord Void Spirit sighed. In the auction house, the price of the Heaven Soul Feather Spirit Stone was still rising. But at this moment, an elderly voice laughed. This old man will not compete. I hope that little friend Zhao will be able to obtain this treasure. God, Lord Void Spirit, has withdrawn. Just who is that person? First God, Lord Verdant Origin, gave up. And now the space-time sacred lands God, Lord Void Spirit, has also given up. More and more voices of surprise could be heard in the auction house. The withdrawal of the 2 sacred lands made the bidders in the other guest sections curious. Even Zhao Feng was rather surprised. He shouldn't have had any relationship with God, Lord Void Spirit. This time, Zhao Feng couldn't restrain himself. He activated the God's spiritual eye and looked into God, Lord Void Spirit's room. It's her? Zhao Feng instantly understood. At the same time, buzz. Divine senses of varying strengths swept toward Zhao Feng's room. However, only those in the first heaven with stronger divine senses could see what was going on inside. 8 million. Zhao Feng once more made a bid. Although this price far surpassed the value of the Heaven Soul Feather Spirit Stone, Zhao Feng needed this treasure and was willing to pay a hefty price. Surprisingly, this time, no one continued to fight for it. Perhaps the withdrawal of the 2 sacred lands made the people of the other sacred lands pay more attention to Zhao Feng. In addition, the Heaven Soul Feather Spirit Stone was most useful to those below the half-step God Lord level. Just like that, Zhao Feng obtained the Heaven Soul Feather Spirit Stone for 8 million. 8 Supreme Sacred Heavens Technique, a top-tier divine-level cultivation technique. It was created by an almighty being of the Sacred Heavens clan in the primordial era, and it can be cultivated to the peak of the first heaven of the God Lord realm. This cultivation technique is extremely powerful, and it has the absolute ability to restrain cultivators of the evil Tao. The white-robed elder loudly announced. Heavens, a divine-level top-class art. Furthermore, it's a cultivation technique left behind by the Saint Heaven race, ranked 11th among the 10,000 primordial races. The countless experts present were all extremely excited. Good arts were extremely rare, and the power of the 8 ultimate sacred heavens art could not be doubted. It was also a great bane against cultivators of the evil path. It can be cultivated to peak first heaven God Lord. Zhao Feng couldn't help but be surprised, and he became a little interested in this art. One had to realize that the Chaos Heaven Void origin technique he cultivated was only enough for him to become a God Lord. Moreover, the 8 ultimate sacred heavens art had an impressive background. It was created by an expert of the 11th ranked sacred heaven race. Chapter 1433. The starting price of the 8 ultimate sacred heavens art is 1,500,000 high-grade divine crystals. Each increment must be no less than 10,000. Just the starting bid of the 8 ultimate sacred heavens art had already surpassed all the previous auction items. Even some of the most sought-after treasures were sold for less than 5 million. However, as soon as the white-robed old man finished speaking, several people quickly made a bid. 6 million. 62 million. 2 million. The price of the 8 extreme sacred heavens art rose at an unprecedented speed. In just a short while, it had risen to 2 million. Moreover, the vast majority of the bidders were half-step god lords, or even god lords. During this period, Exanwuheng also called out a price, but the price was rising too fast. The final price might exceed his budget, so he gave up. 3 million! A god lord from a 5-star faction of the space-time sacred land suddenly made a move, stating a shocking price. Even so, only a portion of people had given up. There were still many factions that were determined to get their hands on this cultivation technique. After all, a powerful cultivation method could bestow a cultivator with strength that far surpassed others, and it could even determine a person's prospects on the path of martial arts. Although top-grade divine artifacts were rare, they were still external objects. Thus, the value of a top-grade divine artifact far exceeded that of an ordinary top-grade divine artifact. In the end, the 8 ultimate Sacred Heavens art was auctioned off by Sacred Ground of another domain for the price of 6 million high-grade divine crystals. The Chaos Heaven Void origin technique can only support me until I reach the God Lord level. At that time, I'll have to find another art or create my own. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. He wasn't close to becoming a divine master, so he had to make plans for the future. If there was a God Lord level art suitable for him, Zhao Feng might take action. The 8 ultimate Sacred Heavens art was auctioned off for the highest price to date, causing a huge commotion. However, this was not the end. The following items were all extremely rare and precious treasures, some of them even exceeding the 8 ultimate Sacred Heavens art. The atmosphere of the auction was pushed to an even higher peak. The next item to be auctioned is the Divine Kingdom left behind by a peak First Heaven God Lord. It contains the power of the Law of Darkness, and everything inside has been preserved. Perhaps there are some precious treasures or secrets left behind by this God Lord. The white-robed elder said with a smile, "What, a divine kingdom of a peak first-tier divine master? It still has its original appearance." In the auction house, many experts were attracted by this auction item. Only a god master could create a divine kingdom, but the vast majority of people wouldn't keep a divine kingdom on them. Thus, when some divine masters perished, their divine nations still existed, becoming ownerless objects. Those who were fated might stumble upon a god kingdom and obtain the wealth left behind by the god master. And at this moment, the Divine Kingdom auction house was auctioning off an opportunity that countless people dreamed of. God Nation! Zhao Feng's eyes widened. He didn't expect that even god nations could be sold. If a half-step god lord can refine a divine kingdom and inherit its energy, they have a 90% chance of directly becoming a god lord. A god lord expert whose law energy is compatible with this divine kingdom can also refine this divine kingdom into their own divine kingdom, making it indestructible. The white-robed old man added that the divine kingdom had its uses and value. Of course, using a divine kingdom to become a god lord had its flaws. It would affect one's future potential. It was just that the auctioneer would definitely pick the good side to talk about. A divine kingdom can almost create a god lord. No wonder the blazing gold race cares so much about the divine kingdom that Zhao Yufei obtained. If not for the white-robed elder's introduction, Zhao Feng would not have known about this. His goal in coming here was to bid for a treasure that could help him break through to the god lord level. But this divine kingdom was a little excessive. This divine kingdom contained a law of darkness, which Zhao Feng was not skilled in. He had the space-time robe and the ancestral artifact fragment, so he was most suited to walk the Tao of space-time. On the other side, Exanwuheng was also extremely tempted, but he had also guessed that this divine kingdom would go for an extremely high price. The starting price is 3 million, and each increment must be no less than 10,000. The white-robed elder announced. Because the divine kingdom had retained its original appearance, there might be many valuable things inside. So the starting price of the divine kingdom was as high as 3 million. 4 million. A god lord immediately raised the price by 1 million, but his bid was quickly drowned out. 1 million. 12 million. Bids were constantly being called out, and Ancient Soul Hall's god, Lord Evil Spirit, was also participating. 6 million. The god lord of the fallen heaven, sacred land, called out. 6 million high-quality god crystals instantly surpassed the previous bid of the 8 ultimate sacred heavens art. It was apparent that the fallen heaven's sacred land was determined to obtain this divine kingdom. This divine kingdom was completely capable of creating a god lord. Moreover, the experts of the fallen heaven's sacred land cultivated shadow intent, darkness intent, decay intent, and other evil and sinister intents. This divine kingdom contained a law of darkness, making it extremely suitable for the fallen heaven's sacred land. Once it succeeded, it could help a peerless prodigy become a god lord, or perhaps even allow a god lord's strength to reach a whole new level. However, there were many evil path factions in the 5 major zones, and they also needed this divine kingdom. 1 million. 2 million. The price of the divine kingdom continued to rise. 9 million. The fallen heaven, sacred land's god, Lord, coldly said. This price instantly intimidated all the other bidders and caused countless people in the auction house to cry out in alarm. 9 million was already a very high price, and the fallen heaven's sacred land placed great importance on it and would not easily let it go. Thus, all the other bidders gave up. Just when everyone believed that the fallen heaven, sacred land had obtained this divine kingdom for the high price of 8 million, 1 million. God, Lord Verdant Origin, softly called out his bid in a seemingly nonchalant manner. 12 million. The fallen heaven, sacred land's god, Lord, continued to raise the price. 2 million. 22 million. Damn. This divine kingdom has no use for the life sacred land's people. They're intentionally raising the price. A black-robed woman's eyes flashed with cold light. Even so, they had done something similar before. We must obtain this divine kingdom. The white-skinned man with black tattoos had a gloomy expression. 11 million. The white-skinned man's voice was cold and harsh, and it was trembling slightly. The people in the auction house were in an uproar. No one had expected that the price of this divine kingdom would be nearly double that of the 8 ultimate sacred heavens art. This divine kingdom isn't very useful to us, so we'll just let you have it. God, Lord Verdant Origin, said in a modest and magnanimous tone. Quite a few people from the fallen heaven, sacred land, almost cursed it out loud. Fortunately, this price was not too ridiculous, and they managed to obtain the divine kingdom in the end. In terms of face, they had won against the life sacred land. A divine kingdom was actually auctioned off for 11 million high-quality god crystals. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. Of course, he was even more amazed at the wealth of a sacred land's god lord. After this divine kingdom was auctioned off, the following items were almost all extremely precious treasures. Each time, a sacred land would make a move, and the majority of the items would go for over 7 million god crystals. Moreover, the majority of these precious treasures were obtained by sacred lands. After this bidding war, the prices of the items in the auction house began to drop once more. But those who understood the market knew that the main event was about to begin. The previous auctions had consumed the funds of many factions and experts. The auction house was intentionally auctioning off low-value items to give them time to prepare. Golden glass axe, supreme quality divine artifact. Although it's somewhat damaged, it comes from the 21st ranked blazing gold race of the 10,000 ancient races. It's much stronger than the average damaged supreme quality divine artifact. Inferno shield, damaged supreme quality divine artifact. Its defensive power is extremely outstanding, and it also comes from the 21st ranked blazing gold race of the 10,000 ancient races. Several of the items up for auction had been commissioned by Zhao Feng. As there were many damaged, supreme-quality divine artifacts, they were all auctioned off together. Just as expected, the old woman of the blazing gold race went all out to bid for the divine artifact that had been lost by her race. 6 million. Zhao Feng immediately made his move, occasionally raising the price. Damn! It has to be the spiritual race. The old woman clenched her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. When bidding for the Heaven Soul Feather Spirit Stone just now, God, Lord Verdant Origin, had given this person some face. It was now likely that it was the spiritual race patriarch. 65 million. Zhao Feng knew when to stop and did not raise the price too high. He had been observing the old woman's expression this entire time. Every time the old woman hesitated, Zhao Feng would stop. Just like this, the divine artifacts that Zhao Feng had sold off returned to the blazing gold race at a relatively high price. With this, all the items that Zhao Feng had sold off had been auctioned off. Haha, I now have nearly 20 million high-quality god crystals in my possession. Zhao Feng couldn't help but rejoice. Of course, he had to thank the blazing gold race for this. He had taken these supreme-quality divine artifacts from the blazing gold race and sold them back. Next up were a few tools with unique functions. These special tools had a certain connection to the Heavens legacy race. Almost all the trap and array masters of the ancient desolate realm of gods yearned for the Heavens legacy race, and the products they forged were inseparable from the shadow of the Heavens legacy race. Some of these special tools were expensive, while others were cheap. The most expensive item could unleash the attack of a first Heaven God Lord, and after its energy was used up, it could be recharged. This special tool was sold for a high price of 5 million. Heavenly Demon Fire Dragon Blade, a top-class existence amongst supreme-quality divine artifacts. It contains a weak law of fire and a law of destruction, and its power can even destroy ordinary supreme-quality divine artifacts. It comes from the 9th ranked Destruction Dragon race. Because it contained a weak law of fire and a law of destruction, its value far surpassed that of Zhao Feng's space-time robe. After all, ordinary supreme-quality divine artifacts only contain top-class intent essences, and at most a single law. The final price was 10 million, close to the price of the Divine Kingdom. Demon Soul Divine Jade, a precious demonic jade left behind by a demon Dao God Lord. After absorbing and comprehending it, one can form a unique demon Dao soul body. Demon Soul Divine Jade could transform a person's soul into a unique demon Dao soul body. After becoming a God Lord, one would place even more emphasis on cultivating the soul. A unique demon Dao soul body would undoubtedly be stronger, and a demon Dao soul body could also increase the strength of a demon Dao God Lord. The appearance of this item also caused countless evil Dao God Lords to madly bid on it. The next item to be auctioned is a fragment of a supreme ancestral artifact. The moment the white-robed elder spoke, the auction house fell silent.